7:30 a.m. for our Findings Frenzy. Make sure you're tuned in because you won't want to miss out on this amazing offer. The early bird catches the worm. Don't miss out on your chance to grab our amazing early bird offers at 9 a.m. on weekday mornings. Catch them while you can.
Hello and welcome to Design Inspiration. Thank you so much for joining me today. My name is Becky and our guest designer is the wonderful Nadine. Hi Nadine, how are you today?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. What have you got planned for us today?
Some more wire work.
Wire
Some
work?
links and things.
Different twist and wire work links.
Hopefully.
Beautiful. She's done some, she's working with some really brightly coloured wire, but she's also got in there some really lovely little treble clefs. We'll be having a little look at those later on. She's going to be showing us in our first piece how to make something bright and wonderful, this lovely necklace. And then after that, my second hour is £10 and under. Doesn't mean it should be under £10, but everything is going to be in that hour. After that, we're heading back over to the wonderful Nadine and we'll be having a look at, how would you describe your second make?
I suppose it's technically a bib because it sort of hangs across the front of the neck. What I've designed it is using some nice heavy gauge wire, and I'm hoping that anyone who wants to try wire work, who hasn't done it before, that they may be able to do this, because it's quite a straightforward piece and I'll take them through it piece by piece. So if you're at home and you're thinking, oh, I don't know, well, keep watching and hopefully have a go.
Because the second piece, we're going to be showing you how to do the majority of it, aren't we? And almost going to be able to finish it off. So that'll be a wonderful time for you to get involved and have a little tune in. And then in our last hour, it is my producer's pick. My producer is called Kirsty Fields. You may well know of her because she used to be a guest designer, and she comes on here all the time as well. You can't get her off the screen. And also she used to do a bit in the shop. So if you come to our workshops, you'll know her from that as well. But she will be bringing us everything that she, as a guest designer and as a jewellery maker herself, loves to work with, including something that you've all been waiting for, you're all very excited about. We've got them back in. It's our stampers. We've got the letters in the uppercase and the lowercase, as well as some beautiful designs coming up in that hour for you. So it's definitely worth holding out for. Stunning star buys today, 4 in total. So you've got loads of treats at a great price. That's coming up for you today, including a couple of strands that you may well not have seen before. So very exciting today. Let's get started, shall we, with our designer inspiration kit. Now, if you're new to watching us and perhaps you're not sure what Designer Inspirations is, very simply what we do is for 2 hours we'll spend with our guest designer and they'll talk us through step by step some beautiful pieces that they've made up. For this first hour, we'll be having a look at the wonderful Nadine and what she's made up with this kit. So you have the chance of owning this at home, which means when you get this home in a few days, you can watch us back on the JewelleryMaker YouTube channel and you'll be able to follow it step by step. But you'll also have plenty left over so that you can make much more than what you see today too. So let's start off with your wire, shall we? It's this beautiful turquoise colour. It's really fashionable turquoise at the moment. Of course, we're coming into autumn, winter. Spring, summer. Spring, summer we're coming into. And you'll see turquoise a lot on the high street coming up. This is 0.6, 10 metres worth there. You've got your 1 mil wire as well. 10 meters, and you've got your 0.4, all in turquoise, all 10 meters each. As well as that, of course, you have our beautiful, stunning gemstones. I've got for you here a strand of blue pearls. They go exceptionally well with that turquoise wire. Coloured pearls are huge for this year when it comes to fashion. They are so much in vogue. We've seen a lot of the big stars wearing this. Judi Dench recently was seen on a red carpet in some coloured pearls. So it's a really beautiful strand. And it's very, very 2014. As well as that, you're going to be getting 145 carats of this sky blue colour coated quartz in the plain drops, and these ones are 9 by 6 mil. It's an 18 centimetre strand. These drops, they're beautiful because you've got that lovely delicate sky blue, and it's a colour that just works perfectly. This whole kit together, it just works, it just snaps, it pops, it's absolutely wonderful. The hue on this is so delicate, but it's quite a powerful impact. Beautiful tone on those. As well as that, you're going to be getting your crackled quartz in these faceted rounds, and these are your 6 mil. Spread those out for you a little. Now the crackling on these is quite intense actually. Sometimes you'll get just a slight amount of crackle, but you can see on these it's really intense. Because it's faceted, it's almost highlighting that. Of course, the crackled quartz is really simply, we create the crackled quartz very simply by heating it slightly, and then that's what causes this beautiful internal crackle-like effect. Really beautiful strand. And finally, we have for you, look at this. I adore this strand. I think it's absolutely stunning. This is, of course, 145 carats of your serpentine. Serpentine's really interesting because it's made up of several different minerals, including lizardite, which of course is named after the Lizard Peninsula in Cornwall. So these are your 4 gemstone strands and your 3 gauges of wire, just to reiterate, 0.4, 0.6 and 1 mil. So if you are new to jewellery making, your 0.4 is great for weaving, it's really malleable. Your 0.6, you can create findings with this, but you can also weave with it and create some beautiful links also. And then you've got your 1 mil, which is structural, it's strong. If you create a shape out of this, you know it's very unlikely to bend out of shape. It's a beautiful, beautiful kit you have here. All of these colours work so perfectly. I always feel like I've dressed to match this beautiful kit today. This is designer inspiration with the wonderful Nadine. Let's take a look at what price your kit should be. £35.15. So that's the price it should be. That means that if you went on our website now, don't forget we offer crazy, ridiculous competitive prices on genuine gemstones. So on our website, it's £35.15 to get these 4 strands and these 3 gauges of wire. Now, how do you feel about having £10, 20p off? Yeah? Okay. £24.95. That's all you're going to be paying for this. It should have been over 35. Think about it like this, okay? You've got 4 strands in here, including this beautiful colour-coated quartz and the pearls. Look at this strand of quartz as well. Because they're top drilled, there's no spaces. There is an absolute plethora of gemstones on this strand. Genuine pearls on there as well, including this serpentine. It's almost a glowing green. It's absolutely stunning. 4 genuine gemstone strands, 3 gauges, 30 meters in total of your beautiful turquoise wire, all for £24.95. It's wonderful to be able to treat yourself to follow along with Nadine, but it's also wonderful to treat yourself when the price is that wonderful. Because even if you're not planning on perhaps looking back on YouTube and coming and playing along with us, it doesn't matter, because at that price you've got £10, 20p saving on this whole amount of beautiful gemstones. So do get your hands on this right now, because we are going to be heading over to see what Nadine has created. How many of these have I got in total, Sweet Pea? I've got 40 of these in stock at this moment in time. That means by the looks of things, I've got 32 now, okay? Definitely by the looks of things then, really important that you get your hands on this as soon as you can. Kirsty's just told me that there's loads of people who have this in their baskets, you're not checking it out. That sadly means that someone can whip it out of your basket if stock gets low. It's over £10 saving on this whole kit for you today for 4 strands and your 3 different gauges of your turquoise wire. So do treat yourself to it today, £24.95. Hi Nadine.
Hi.
What do you think of that price on this kit?
I think that's really excellent, especially with the wire.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, because actually turquoise wire is one of my favourites. That and chartreuse, I absolutely love working with them.
Why? What is it about them you like?
The colour, and in this case, the gemstones go with it so beautifully.
They really do. The way that it's been put together, it's absolutely beautiful mix, isn't it?
Oh yes.
It's stunning. And you've managed to make 5 pieces, hidden on at the end, 5 pieces out of this kit. And you still had plenty left.
Yeah, enough to do it. Well, a necklace.
Easy. You've probably got about almost 2 handfuls of gemstones there left, don't you? A handful and a bit.
These are the other kit to demo.
That's a wonderful amount. Take a little look at these 5 pieces that Nadine has created. Can you see my little treble clef earrings? I love those. What gave you the idea of making those?
I was going through some of the schoolwork that one of my kids did, and he did some music, and I just thought that's perfect for wirework, and it's really just a bit of fun. And he sort of said, "Can you make these, Mum?" So I said yes. He's given me my next design that he wants done as well.
Has he? Yes. Oh, I love that. So we're going to be having a little look. We're going to really focus on how to do this necklace today, aren't we?
Yeah.
And then you were saying to me earlier that a lot of the same techniques are also mimicked in the bracelet. So once you do this step by step, you can just slightly alter it for the bracelet.
Yeah. It's just a couple of basic links which I'll show you that make up the whole necklace, and then just some beads.
Whereabouts on the necklace will we be starting?
Well, I've started with some swirls, so I'll show people how to do these.
So we'll be starting off learning
big swirls.
How to do your big swirls up here.
I mean, they've probably been done before, but we'll go through it all just to show how they link, because I've also linked it slightly differently perhaps than I've seen before.
Okay.
And just to mention, the bit in the middle, the dangle, that came sort of as, you know how the people say it's a work in progress and things get changed and added? That was the last minute touch.
Was it?
Because I felt the gap was a little bit too big, and putting the layer of swirls at the top any lower, it would have been just too neat for me.
Yeah.
Because I like a little bit of, sort of organic look.
Yeah.
And I was just playing around with some connectors, and I suddenly realised the connector would fit over that bead.
Perfectly.
So I played that, and I'll show people how to do that as well.
That's wonderful, fab. So we'll start off by showing you the large swirls going along the neck.
Right, so this is what we're making, one of these, large swirl here. And with these I took the heavier duty wire, the 1mm, to give it strength, and it's pliable and it's absolutely fine. And I cut off 8 inches, I think, to do those swirls. Yep. So just measure that.
So you did 8 inches, that's about 20 centimetres, isn't it? No, about that, yeah.
Don't ask me maths.
No, not.
Not so good at the maths.
Just want to let you know, I've got 23 of this kit left. That's all we have left. It was over £10. People online with your baskets, you have been warned. Really is time to check out, because the thing is, if there's loads of people on the phone or people check out quicker than you, the only way you can guarantee it's yours is by checking out. You only have to pay one postage and packaging no matter how many times you check out within the day. So please do check your baskets out. It's only £2.95 for the whole day up until midnight for your postage and packaging. So check out to avoid disappointment.
Right, to start the swirl, take your round nose pliers and take it right to the end so the wire's flush at the end. That. And do a turn like that, and then once you've got to that point, just carry on turning slightly until it's looping over quite tightly in. At that point you can probably use your hands. If not, then your flat nosed, or I use the nylon ones because they don't mark the wire, and then use those to help you bend it round. Now, on the main swirls coming down from the back of the neck, I popped the larger. They're serpentines, aren't they? So
Yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they?
Lovely, yes.
They have a beautiful green hue to them. If you do really like serpentine as well, I have got a jaw-dropping strand of that coming up later on.
Lovely, absolutely lovely. I haven't seen those before, I haven't worked with them before.
They're really pretty though, aren't they?
So, carry on swirling till you've got a fair bit done. Then pop the bead on, there, and then start at the other end, but swirling the other way. So I've gone heading down to the mat, now I'll head upwards. So, same process. Trying to do it to catch the wire again at the end, bring it round and keep swirling. And by that way you can get it in the middle, because your beads there, you just keep swirling till they're balanced.
That's a really good tip actually, because I at points have had quite a long tail and then swirled and thought, well, that swirl's a bit bigger. How annoying. But I like that you can sort of work it out into the middle.
There. And that's what you end
Just
up
pop
with.
that there so you can see it.
Yep, so
beautiful.
That's how I did them all as well. And the ones that are on the lower part of the necklace, I used 2 of the larger beads and then 1 little quartz in the middle. And that is quite important if you want to follow this design, because of the little dangle that comes from the quartz. So you make up as many swirls as you want for your neckline. I did 3 before I started joining anything.
You did 3 on each side.
And then I started the
and then
drops.
you started adding on.
So it would actually be 8 of these in total to make this design, the large ones. And then I did 3 of the smaller ones, 2 with the serpentine and 1 with the quartz. So I've done some here and I'll show you how I link them. Now, what I did is I used wrapped loops. I've made this necklace so it's very, very secure, because some of the links with wirework I'm always a bit hesitant about, because they're more like jump rings and can open, but this one I decided to actually fasten it in really securely. So I did the wrapped loops and that went right around the whole necklace.
Okay.
So taking 0.6 at this point, can't remember exactly how much I cut off, but give yourself enough working, probably about 6 inches. I did write it down, I can't remember exactly how much, but
that's all right.
Then what we do is, basic wrap loop technique is take the wire in the pliers, bend it over the plier, and that's when I take it out and put it in just to give you grip, there, to pull straight down. So you've got that, and then I find it easiest at this point to take, oh, my jacket's the same colour.
Just thinking.
Bad choice.
No. Camouflage wire.
And then take the smaller wire and wrap it around, and I find it helps if you hold it in the pliers to do this. Take it slowly and get it as neat as possible, although the beads will come right up to it and you won't see much of it. So you've got the loop at one end. I've actually gone wrong because at that point I should have threaded it on.
That's okay.
Let me do that again. That's how you do a standard wrap loop,
That's
but I've
how
done
you
it
do a
slightly
wrap loop
differently for this one.
If you haven't used it before. Just whilst you're cutting that off, if you have any questions for Nadine, do feel free to message us in. Either do that by going on JewelleryMaker.com. You'll see a little box that says send a message to the studio. Type a question in there and we'll try and answer some throughout the show today. Alternatively, you can text us in 60777. Start your text with JM Studio, one word, and then send in your message. Anything to do with the designs you've seen Nadine do today or perhaps in the past. Any questions you might have to do with jewellery making or finishing off things professionally, do text us in and ask.
I was laughing there, sorry, I cut the wire and it flew straight towards the camera.
Did it? Oh.
So top tip, hold your wire when you cut it. Do as I say, not as I do.
Not as I do.
Right, so a wrapped loop in forming here.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do is thread it through one of these loops that I've made, but not on the last bit. I've gone up and taken it 2 up, so that it's going over 2 of the sections.
2 swirls.
2 swirls. And the trick here is just to pull it down gently so it slides into place quite easily, but that means it won't go up towards that bead.
Yeah.
It's locked in place, so it's not going to fly up towards the bead.
I can see.
And then wrap it, and again you can hold it with the pliers, just be very gentle because you'll be holding the swirl as well. Wrap it round. That way. Then you're ready to add the beads, and that's now a firm link which we'll cut off. I'll cut it as I go actually to keep it neater.
Okay.
Holding the wire. And then I added on 2 of the quartz and a pearl. It can be choice, I mean it doesn't really matter, whatever suits. In the middle it was 1 bead, in these it's 3. So the quartz first, then the pearl, then the second quartz. So that's where you're at.
I see.
Then to do the next wrap loop, same process, bring it over the pliers and right round, holding it carefully. Just add your next link in at this stage so that you're constantly continuing. So this loop goes on again 2 up so that you're not catching it right at the end and linking it there. So that's what I mean by being slightly different. I think in the past I tended to link it right on the end and then it rolls back up to the bead.
It's just giving it strength and it's not moving as much then, is it?
That's right.
It's got nowhere to move.
So that's how you do that part of it. Cut it off and then neaten it off with the pliers.
Squidging the spare bits down.
I cut that off more in reality, but that shows you what we're doing. Right,
Beautiful.
so we've got 2 sides of the necklace here. And what I then did was the beads at the bottom.
The drops here.
The drops.
Yeah.
And to do that it's straightforward technique with beading thread.
So we're doing the drops at the bottom that you can see with the blue colour-coded quartz, the plain drops, the 9x6, and the pearls. The pearls, by the way, were 6x5mm.
They're lovely, those drops.
They're beautiful, aren't they? They're absolutely stunning, such a delicate tone. It all works truly perfectly together. Just want to let you know at home we've got 19 of this kit left. It's over £10 you're saving on this today, £24.95. Do check out your baskets, do get yourselves on the phone, only 19 left in stock.
No, it is a lovely kit. I was pleased to work with this.
That's good.
And again, what I did was take it 2 links up, so it's not going to slide around a lot, so everything's very thoroughly packed in. And the first thing, as usual when we do anything with beads, is to pop on a crimp.
So this is your beading thread, sometimes referred to as beading wire as well.
Because we're going to secure it, and I pop it through the link, which is the second one in. Bring it back. Right, just 2 secs. Just a flat crimp, that's now holding it in place. If I can do it.
Oh, I was just going to say, those are your snips.
I keep doing this, don't I? It's your influence. Right.
It's all right, that's fine. So, that's how you snip beading thread. But it's because, well, these ones are your flat noses here, aren't they?
They are. I
So
like
you
these
remember.
zebra prints. That's the trouble. I like to use them.
So really simply, it's your beading thread, which, as I said earlier, just while she's threading it back through that second spiral, the beading thread is made up of very, very thin wires, and it then has a coating over it. So it's got sort of, it's got a lot of movement to it, but there is a lot of strength in there as well. So we've just popped on a crimp bead over that, and then you close the crimp with the pliers.
I keep using the wrong pliers.
Don't you?
I don't at home. There's something about this show. Yep. And at this point, actually, I find it easy to put the crimp cover on because you've got space to get it in and get it over the bead. Because it's nice to have that.
Just pop your head back for me. Thank you.
I find these quite fiddly to do, but there we go. And then turn it over and fully close it.
That's the crimp bead cover, isn't it?
It is. That's the
So
crimp
if you
bead
can just
cover.
hold that still for us, we'll be able to pick it up. If you just pick it up, show camera
it
2
up.
for me, that's it. So you can see there that is the crimp that we closed, and then you just put the crimp bead cover over the top.
Yeah, because I think it just gives that nice finishing touch.
You're right, it looks really professional, doesn't it?
I'd hate to
agree
see
with
a
that.
lovely necklace with a crimp bead showing.
Yeah.
I just think it spoils the look.
Yeah.
Then it's a matter of threading on, and I've threaded them onto both
So the
beading threads because I
two-
just think it's more secure.
So 2 lengths of the beading threads go through the hole, no problem.
That's right. I'll tell you what, I'm jinxed.
It's all right, just squeeze it a little. That's it.
It's because you're trying it on live TV, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's always the way. I'm sure
Right.
they know. The crimp
gremlins
beads,
are
they
here
know,
today.
I know. So you can get both of the beading threads through both the pearl and those wonderful drops, which is good to know. The hole's big enough.
I will do it on one actually because I think I probably did it on one for this layer, to be honest.
Just to let you know,
No.
how many did you say? 15. 15 of these left in stock right now. You're going to be getting all of these goodies. You're getting 4 strands, including 145 carats of that beautiful serpentine in the 8mm rounds, your cultured pearls, your 80 carats of crackled faceted quartz, and 145 carats of your beautiful plain drop quartz that we have at the bottom of this necklace. You also have a 0.4, a 0.6 and a 1mm wire, 10 metres of each, all in this stunning turquoise colour. The turquoise works perfectly with these gemstones, doesn't it?
Beautiful. Yeah, I'd say these
It's alright, I'll get that.
These pearls definitely probably easier on one strand. Some of them go through 2 strands, but I would say actually on hindsight 1 strand.
Okay, well it's
these.
strong enough though, the beading threads,
Yeah,
isn't it?
no, it's crimped in and it's fine and it's strong. I tend to use 2 where I can, just as that extra strength, and sometimes it looks nicer without the ends. You don't get the ends likely to stick out anywhere, but you cut them fine, that won't happen. So I'll just do another one because that's giving you the idea. So you go on to do as many of those as you want. I think I did, I'm trying to look how many. I did a big loop round, and then I started with the blue drop, and I'm going to end with the blue quartz drop, and do exactly the same at the other end, which is popping a crimp on, and then at the end of the necklace put it through the second loop again, so it's, I'll just move that out of the way because that's a bit misleading. Back through the crimp to secure. I can't find it now. Sorry, I can't see it. Right, and a little tip. I mean, this one's pulling easily enough, but I find if I'm doing loops and I can't get the loop small enough, I put the pliers in and pull it against the pliers.
That's a good tip.
And it works really well, especially in fiddly ones where you can't quite get in and it's not straightening up properly.
Yeah.
Then doing that always helps.
That's a really good tip.
It's also something I do when I knot pearls.
Yes.
Put the pliers in and bring the knot right down.
That's a really good tip.
Yeah, it's pliers are very useful items.
They really are.
They are. So then I'd cut that off and pop a crimp cover on again. So that's going to be the bottom one. I won't pop the cover on. I'll go on and show you how to do the next. I know that's only a small version, but I did a nice 1, 2, 3, 4. I did 12 of the quartz drops in that bottom section.
Yeah.
Then the next one, I just did a pattern involving all the beads except the drops.
So that's this top section here.
So I did the quartz, serpentine,
So it's this.
quartz, then a pearl. Pearl, and then I think I went to, yeah, repeated that pattern.
And you've done a smaller section of this, haven't you?
Yes, to give the layered effect, so one drops lower than the other. Again, that's, if people want it to sit together, you can do it that way so that it sits together.
Yeah.
So what you do here is same technique, taking the beading thread, again popping a because it's going to go above, make sure you pop it above that one. I'll do it at this end. So going 2 in, this again so that it's caught. Then pop your crimp on, or pop your crimp on first, whichever you find easiest. And then squeeze it in. And start threading the beads. I'll cut the end off because that's, they need to, wherever possible I do tend to pop the threads back through the bead,
Yeah.
so that you can't see the ends. So the first thing to cut thread on here is the quartz. Again, pop a crimp cover. The blue. Quartz, serpentine, quartz.
So you go in, every other is going to be a quartz, and then in between that it goes pearl, serpentine.
Yeah, it is
pearl,
actually,
serpentine.
yes. Yeah.
So every other is your quartz. And then you'll see on Nadine's design, she's dropped in between those 3 of the serpentine and 2 of the pearls on this one on the bust.
That's right. So let's
I just want to let you know at home, we're in single figures on this kit now. It is a stunning kit, it's absolutely beautiful. Take a look at that pearlescence running around. That serpentine, it almost looks like, you know those stars you used to have on your ceiling as a kid? The glow in the dark ones. They've got that effect to them. It's really beautiful, strong hue. I've got single figures of this left now, so do please treat yourself. If you haven't checked out, you may well miss out. So I have 9 left in stock. Say 9 people ring up and you haven't checked out, then one of those people will take it out of your basket. So please do take it out, check it out, check it out.
right, it's a lovely kit. I enjoyed working with this one.
Yeah.
I think it is the colour of the wire that is just inspired me a lot.
Goes perfectly with what you're wearing today.
It does. Right, so you just where's my beads? There they are. Okay. Sorry,
So again,
pull
you're
them
just
tight.
making sure that it's above the other one, aren't you?
Yeah, making sure it's above the other one.
But you're still going through the 2 coils, it's just slightly above.
Yep. Pull it up, pull it through the crimp again. You can see why I did beading, wirework and not so much beading.
I love beading thread though.
I do actually, yes. It's just more fiddly for me to show this, I'm finding. There we go. So you've got the 2 layers there going through the same part of the necklace.
Yeah. You'll be able to see a little bit better.
I mean, obviously you'd have a lot more than that. I used 1, 2, 3,
You use
6 quartz as a guideline, so that's about 12 beads across. Then the next bit is the smaller swirls. I've done 2 here. I've done 3 actually. I'll just show. Do you want me to show the swirls again?
Yeah, we've got time to.
Yeah. So I'll just go through that once more just to make sure everybody's happy. Again, with the smaller ones, still using the
8mm serpentine and the 1mm wire.
the 1mm wire. I've actually used 3 quartz, but on there I used 2 serpentines and 1 quartz.
Yeah.
Quartz in the middle. And this I made, I think 5 inches from memory. So the round nose pliers, turning a loop, and then just continuing that loop around so that you're getting, that's quite a big one, get it tighter in the middle if you can. Go round. I'll put the actual sizes on the website when the photos go up. I'll put the sizes of the wires I used because I have written it down. I'll just.
So would you put a bead
sure.
on one of those?
You would. I'll tell you, it's gremlins today, isn't it?
You don't have to, or just would you?
Yes, I will.
Okay. So when we say smaller spiral, when we say smaller spirals, you're just doing less of the rings, aren't you, around it?
Yeah.
But is the centre also a little bit smaller, or is that similar to the large ones?
It's a smaller piece of wire, and I tend to try and do it. I'll get a new piece actually. Sorry.
If you do have any questions for Nadine, just while she's getting a wire on, if you do have any questions for her, do message us in at JewelleryMaker.com. Alternatively, you can text us. Start your text with JM Studio, one word, and it's 60,777. Any questions you might have for Nadine, where she gets her inspiration from, what her favourite type of wire is, anything you might have, or if you just want some little tips to give you those finishing professional touches, do get in touch and we will answer those questions, as many of them as we can during the show today.
Yeah, it would be good to hear from people. It'd be lovely.
Let us know what you think of Nadine's designs.
Not the mistakes I make. No.
Hey, we all make mistakes.
We all do. I mean, I think
do
it's because I'm thinking ahead and then planning each next step, and I'm rushing ahead of.
Don't worry, you've got ages yet. You're fine.
Right. So, spiraled one end, going in to do it the opposite way at the other end. So going up the way from the bead mat this time. Doing the spiral. Again, if you find it's easy to do it by hand, do. If not, use the pliers. I'll just show you with the pliers. I'll show you these because most people have got these, not everyone has the others. Hold it flat and push the wire. Hold, push, hold, push. Hold, push, hold, push.
Just small and regular movements.
Small and regular, that's right. And I'm doing it to both sides.
So you're just doing, say, 3 or 4 little turns on one side and then the same on the other side, keeping it even, isn't it?
Yes. And these are slightly smaller than those ones, with the 5 inches. I've made these quite small for demo purposes, just to fit in this space that I've got here. But that's the size I made them on the necklace.
To show you the size comparison. This one's with the 8 inches, this one's with the 5.
So once we've made them all, I would say have them all made. Let's just cut that wire there. Then what I did was link them together, and I'll show you how to do that again.
Okay. And again, is that with your 0.6, is it?
0.6, that's right. So take a working length about 10 inches, I would say.
Okay.
Maybe not that much. That's, you could probably
much.
get away with about 8.
Now I know some people at home like to work off the reel, don't they? Can you work off the reel for this, or is it a bit easier to snip it?
You'd have to snip it because you're putting a bead on, and you're then linking it over there. So this one I would advise, you could probably do the first link from the reel, and then snip once you see how much you've used. Yeah. So again, it's folding it over so that it's caught that loop like that. Then choose where on the necklace you're going to place it, and I took it up to, I left that swirl free and put it on this next swirl. So what I did here was threaded it through again the second to secure. I mean, some people would go into the middle, but you'd need quite a big loop. If you wanted to go right into the middle to secure the wire, you can do that, but just make it a much bigger loop.
I see.
In fact, I think that's what I did on the bracelet, because they were much smaller anyway.
Yeah.
So that's the link there. Then take that, pop a bead on, and this time I just put single beads, so I'll pop a quartz. I used 2 serpentines and 1 quartz, but for the demo I'll just use the quartz.
7 of my kit left now.
And then another wrapped loop, but this time we're wrapping it, oh yes, I've used far too much wire. That can go straight into the centre of that small one, so yeah. So round we go. And wrap around. And you're joining them all like that.
So it's this section here where we're working with making the links for the little spirals.
Yeah. Then we come across. That one's come off.
Pardon?
That one's come off.
It's alright, don't worry.
I don't know why. It's come off the group. And then we're linking it up to this one here at the other end. Again, doing a wrapped loop. Does that make sense?
Yes, I see. So we've created this section now.
Yeah.
This one. And then we've just finished off this section here.
And to finish off the little loop, what I did was I popped 2 of the quartz drops onto another wrapped loop on 0.6 again.
0.6. Really rolled away from you then, didn't it?
It did. It did. So
it's this section that we're doing here.
it wasn't a wrapped loop, it was thread. That's right, I threaded it through. Just trying to remember what.
Oh, sorry. Pop your back.
Threaded that through and brought one of them, keeping it into the middle, one around the other, like that, and then did the wrapped loop with the other one. So I've caught the wires together, bring it over, move that wire just down, and as you bring it over, catch it into the end of this one here. So you've got your loop there, then I cut off one of the wires and I spiraled the other. So if I cut that one off and then chop it to about 1.5 inches and do a normal little spiral. Little hook, and then take your flat nose pliers and spiral it round. Then see where it's going to hang and gently push that into place to hide the loop, and that's your little drop.
I can see.
And do the same at the other side. So that's there flat. Do the same at the other side, and then when you're ready to pop it on the necklace, you actually open the connector, which I'll show you how to do the connector in a minute, and just simply pop it over the bead. And it works fine. To open it up a bit. I'm not going to do it this.
So where
it does when it's in situ. I can't show it.
Do you want me to try? So you're almost locking it into place doing this, aren't you?
So you're locking it over this bead here. You're pushing it down over the bead like that. It's hard to do that. And then you can give it a twist to hold it in place. And there it is. Oops.
So if I show you where it locks on this one, it's this section here, where it's literally, it's a really clever way of doing it. You've just looped it in.
Yes, and if you want the extra security, you can twist it over as well.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's it. Oh, beautiful. We've done it on this one too. You can have a little look at the one Nadine's holding.
And it does hold in place well. But any worries, just either put a wire through the two links that are there to hold them together, or just simply twist it. I'll just show you how to do that connector. I'll take it off.
To get it locked into place, it's almost a shape like this, isn't it? Almost it's fishtail shape, say.
Yes. And
just the point where the fishtail meets is where you will almost suspend your stone, isn't it?
I'm just taking it off now so that I can show you the connector. I had another one here, but
Okay.
Right, to do this connector.
So this is how to do the connection section, which is the bit that you'll see it drops from the necklace, and it's also the bit that suspends the gemstone. So the center quartz that you can see on this piece here, it's almost draped each side of that, isn't it?
It is. And these are great. You can use them as connectors in any part of your necklace. I often use them to string multi-strands from.
I think this would be beautiful as a chandelier earring, wouldn't it?
Yep, you can do the same thing. Take the piece of wire, and in the middle of the piece of wire, pop your pliers, your round nose pliers.
Right at the base.
Right, well I do at the base for this one because it fits perfectly over that quartz.
Wonderful.
So take it over like that, so that you've got a wire at each side, like that.
Yeah.
Take your pliers out, and then you go in quite near the bead and do a loop. This is where you just have to manipulate the pliers a bit, so you get the loop up to there, take the pliers out and bring it round. So you're going the whole way round the prong of the plier, like that, and then you go in again next to it, bring it up, round, and because you can't go any further, you then take the plier out and move it there. And on the end one, I go round twice.
Okay.
Just to make it secure. Then it's not going to, nothing's going to come off.
Yeah.
The other side, the same. Go in, try and make them as equal as you can. About halfway up the pliers for these. Round again. Take the plier out to get that nice circle. So it's looping and lifting and looping. Then plier in again. Always pushing the first bit of the wire down away from the first loop in the middle. You're always going in the opposite direction when you create the loops underneath. So right round and up, and if it looks a bit big, just manipulate it on the pliers before you take them out, and then round again to get that second one.
If you do want to be really precise, you can always mark your pliers either with a little piece of tape or a pen.
That's right, and then I just snip off the excess. Nice crunch on these pliers. Like these handles.
Nice squidge to them, aren't they?
Yes.
The zebra print.
And there's your...
So this is your connector that we've just managed to finish here.
I mean, I'd trim it a little bit neater than that.
To hold these up for you. These are round nose, so it's a bit tricky, but I'll have a crack. This is the connector we've just made here, which we were saying, perfect for a pair of chandelier earrings, or as you said earlier, a beautiful draped necklace you could do with those, couldn't you?
Yeah, and you can have it wider. So if you wanted to have it wider, you can make it like that.
So you can drop it as large or as small as you want, can't you? So you can see that Nadine's just spaced it out more now, and she's just saying that you can, if you want to, have it as larger as you can see now. Alternatively, you can move them inwards so there'd be a bit of a smaller drop.
And it's got the hook ready there to put your clasp on or to carry on beading, so it's perfect.
It's a really good little technique, that really is beautiful. Thank you very much. And then how did we finish this one off at the back?
I did a hook and an eye. Again, 1mm wire. You could, if you wanted to at this point, put an ordinary clasp on.
Mm-hmm. But it's nice to have it in the same colour, isn't it?
Oh, I love doing that, yes. So what I tend to do is, let me just see which kind of hook I did. Yeah, I do a little loop with a wrap. At that point I would put that onto the necklace so that we've got the wrapped loop connecting everything.
Yeah.
So onto a connector like that.
Do you go to the first loop or the second, or doesn't it matter on this one?
I still do the second
again.
It's security.
Yeah.
And I just think it gives that nice sort of feeling that nothing's going to fall apart.
Yeah.
Oh. Not unless the gremlins are in. No, it's a very secure necklace once it's done. So I catch that, and then what I do, and I often use larger bail making pliers or something for the loop. But if you haven't got that, just make it slightly larger loop, like that. And again, just go round. And I go round with both wires to make absolutely secure. Obviously take time to do it neater than that, but that's the basis of it. It's a double loop really, with each wire going across. Yep.
I can see.
And the hook is the same principle. What we do with the hook is the same round loop.
And if you don't have the bail pliers, you can, as you've seen there, use the round nose, but also
just make
ring
it much,
mandrel
or a pencil.
Yeah.
Anything really, anything rounder that you think would be good. I mean, that's a lot bigger than the one on the necklace actually, so in fact you could do it with a round loop on this because it's quite a delicate necklace, but if you wanted a big one for a big chunky necklace, that would be better.
I was making something last night and I ended up using the ends of my pliers. You know, the little handles?
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's
I
true.
will as well. And they're there.
That's right. So for this one, do the loop as neat as, you know, I'm not doing this particularly neat, but you can get the idea. And then for the hook, I went around the pliers at the far end, around the pliers, and just cut it off and made a hook shape. Cut it there, and then a nice twist is just to put a little hook on the end, a little twirl.
And why do you put the little swirl on the end?
Decor really, and it
beautiful.
stops it being sharp. And then I kink it slightly at this point to make it hook-like.
To make it more of a shepherd's hook.
And that's
beautiful.
Yeah.
That is perfect.
And the bracelet is done in a very similar way with the links as well, and I think I did a hook on that. And just with those, I think they're 3.5 inches.
The wires?
Yep, with no beads in between them. Oh yes, there is a bead in between, sorry, with a quartz and serpentine alternatively. And I threaded jump rings to hold them together. I made jump rings, just winding them around the pliers, and I put them through the middles so that they're secure, but I put 2 jump rings at each link.
Strength and security,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's with your 1mm also?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful. And then you've made also, as well as that, my favourite little treble clefs. I love them.
Oh, I know. Yes,
you've done the same technique with the links in that pair of the wrap earrings as well, haven't you? So as a set, it all goes beautifully together. Oh, and I've just realised that you've dropped a little pearl on here. The colour matches so perfectly.
Part, not on the drop.
Right.
I've actually put it onto the shepherd's hook before I've put a little coil.
Clever, very good technique. I actually thought it was a cover of some sort, and not until I looked close I realised. That's a beautiful way to wear bright coloured pearls very subtly, isn't it?
Yeah, oh I love these pearls though, I really do.
They are stunning, aren't
gorgeous.
They? And what wire did you get that one on?
That was 0.6, I think.
So your pearls went on the 0.6?
Yes.
Beautiful, that's wonderful. And then you've also made this wonderful bracelet, and just talk us through how you did this one.
Just simple beading, the clasp first, I used a standard clasp for that. Now that I did put 2 so the pearls did go through the 2 beading threads, because I put 2 beading threads to make sure that the drops actually stay up and down. Just one and they'd have flopped. So I put 2 through to give them more, I don't know, it's more sort of solidity. I just like the effect of one up, one down, because that's how they come on the strand. And I thought, oh, I want to keep that, because actually that's the strand there.
So that's a really good tip. So if you
and
double
I thought
up
they
on
look
it.
lovely. So doubling up helps to do that. And I think they're beautiful like that.
They are really pretty.
Look at that.
Nadine, thank you so much for showing us this beautiful design. It's really, really bright and fun, but it's not over the top, is it?
No, I'd wear that because it's quite wearable. And I don't know, and I know it's a way off, summer's coming, but that would look lovely with a sundress.
Yes,
especially the bright colours that you tend to wear on your holidays and things.
Yes, and that's a beautiful idea. Now, your next design, how would you explain that? What's coming up?
I'm using thicker gauge wire, and I'm using a torque necklace and a kind of bib effect, and a lot of it's done freehand, so I'll take people around how to mould the wire to get to that step by step.
So that is coming up with you in 2 hours time. The next hour is something very exciting. Under £10. Everything's under £10. It doesn't mean it should be, but it's going to be. Some real treats for you. And in the break, you will see exactly how to buy from us. I will see you after this very, very short break.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is Becky and this is our under £10 section. Thank you, Kaz. But before we kick into that, I want to give you a little sneaky peeky at 2-star buys that we are going to pop in for you today. These are coming up in the next hour. They're both beautiful. You have in here, you have in this your Chrysoprase, and these beautiful blues. And you also have this strand of magnetic quartz. You might well not have seen either of these before. We'll have a chat about them later on. I'll tell you a little bit more about the actual gemstones in this hour. But keep your eyes peeled for this, because they're a bit beautiful. As well as that, I've got Challenge. That's Challenge. Nadine. Now, what we do is on Designer Inspirations, we like to work our guest designers hard, basically. So she has got 2 of her designs that we've run through one already this morning, and then we're going through one in an hour or so. But we also set them a challenge. She has around an hour and a half to squirrel something together. And today, unusually, we've got a bundle for her to have a little play with. I'm gonna have to show you, I'll show you them all together. I'll show you them all together, and then, well, let's just say it's got one of my favourite strands in it. And you know what happens when opal comes on with me? They have to cut me off. They have to tell me to shut up, because I just won't stop. You've got 3 strands in this. In here you have got your beautiful lavender amethyst, and these is 90 carats worth, and these are 6mm. You've also got this faceted black agate. These are your 4mm, and they're 30 carats in here. And then you have 115 of this gorgeous opal. Don't get me wrong, agate and amethyst, I'm a big fan, but this is my opal's time. This strand is exceptional. It's rare to see opal of this colour, isn't it? It really is. Now, it's really interesting actually. I personally adore opal, well, for so many reasons. But one of the reasons is because, of course, of its colour play and how beautiful and stunning it is. But also because of the difference, how dramatic the difference can be. Now, a very, very famous anthropologist found in, I think it was around 1939, he found some opal of this colour in this quantity in a mine, and it was shaped into things like arrowheads and large blocks. And he basically discovered that the opal that was shaped in these ways were dated back to around 4000 BC. So we believe that even back then, so many thousands upon thousands of years ago, opal was used by man to create weaponry, to create things for the household, cookware. So it's a really beautiful gemstone. The way opal is created, very basically, is a silicate-based substance seeps into cracks and crevices and mixes with other substances, mainly water-based. And then these solidify over time. After creating this gel-like substance, they solidify over time. And so it takes years and years for each opal to be made up, which is why you get such a dramatic difference. That's why you get colour play in some. That's why you get some of these mixtures of banding and toning within them. I've got in here pops of blue, I've got sky colours in here, I've got creams, I've got lilacs in here, and I've even got some beautiful, almost fire opal colour with these bursts and pops of zesty citrus colour. It's a really beautiful strand, but it's made more beautiful by the fact that you're getting a double whammy of opal. It's a double length strand of opal. So you're getting 3 different gemstones, you're getting this stunning opal, which I'm trying not to drool over. You're getting this, but you're also getting this lovely lavender coloured amethyst, really delicate light colouring in here, and you're getting your black agate. Now, did you know that, I know this from QI, do you watch QI, anyone? Anyone watch QI? I found that in 2007, people did some looking back on times and the way that the sun had changed and the way that biology and flowers grow and how that all changed. And apparently, back in the day, many, many, many moons ago, around dinosaur times, the world was mainly made up of purple. A little fact for you there. Honestly, yeah, there was many more purple flowers, there was purple grasses, because basically the way the sun's changed and what it's bleaching out and blocking out. A little tip for you there, a little purple fact. So you've got that factoid of the day. So you've got your purple amethyst, this lovely lavender colour, your black agate, don't forget you've got 30 carats worth of this faceted pieces, and 115 carats of my favourite, this stunning opal. It looks a little bit black and white to you at home, I think, but honestly there are pops of blue, and you've got a lot of lavender and lilac colours and beautiful fire opal tones. Let's take a look at your web price. £13.35. I would pay that for the double strand of opal by itself. Such great prices, aren't they? Really wonderful. £13.35 is the price it should be. Should's my favourite. We're in the under £10 hour, so it'd be rude not to bring it to you under £10. £9.95. Double strand of opal, 90 carats of lavender amethyst, and 30 carats of your black agate. I think that is mind-boggling. What do you think of your challenge packet, Nadine?
Really, really good value. Yeah, very, very good.
Have you got any ideas that are springing to mind?
Yeah, I've got some ideas. We'll have to see how it goes. Maybe stranding a couple of strands and some connectors.
Oh yeah. Little sneaky, keeping it close to your chest at the moment, aren't you, Nadine?
I'll have to play with them when I get them.
Right.
But yeah, I'm a little bit like I did last time, a double layer maybe. I'll have a go.
Have a go. You may as well. Under £10 for a double strand of opal
So
is
good.
mind-boggling. But on top of that, you're getting the amethyst and this black faceted agate. Nadine, I'm going to hand these over to you now that you can have a little play with them.
Good.
Okay?
Lovely, thank
Do you want
you.
to come and take them off me? I'm not allowed to go off camera.
Thank you.
They are.
Oh, they're lovely, aren't they?
What do you think of that opal?
Oh yes, I've never worked with opal. It's a treat.
Wow! Treat time for Nadine! It's a little congrats. It's a little thanks for doing such a beautiful connectors job before.
And I love amethyst. That amethyst is, oh, it's beautiful.
Isn't it?
Oh, isn't that gorgeous? It's just so feminine, isn't it?
It's really beautiful. It's an absolute stunner.
Mm.
So we are in your under £10 hour. One problem with under £10, everyone loves it, and therefore it flies out. The issue with that is you need to get yourself on board, logging out, checking out, moving on the phone ASAP. Under £10, where are we starting? Oof. Unicate, these stunning top drilled marquee sets, Avaganders. You've got this beautiful mottled effect, haven't you, that you get in Unicate. 95 carats you have here in total. 20 by 7 mil these are. Imagine what a beautiful, beautiful piece you could create with this. The flowers, you could easily do some flowers with this, couldn't you? Oh yeah. It's a beautiful colour combination of gemstone. You've got this mottled, almost beautiful moss-like green tone running through them. That as a ring as well. You know I'm obsessed with my rings. That as a ring would be stunning. Now they are top drilled, which a lot of people would say is a very workable way of having your gemstones, because what is that on my hand? It's like I've grown a random hair. What is that? Bit of thread. Because they are top drilled, when you are creating pendants and earrings, it's so minimal you have to do with them. I personally, because of the tones running through here, I would really seriously consider working some antiques bronze with these. Perhaps looping it through, do a kick up at either side, and then just create almost the top of a tassel-like effect with these, because they're beautiful and delicate. They're really stunning. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? For 95 carats of Unakite, £7.45, and you're getting absolute loads on here. Great. They're feminine because they're quite delicate, but the tones themselves easily to be used in some more masculine pieces. Absolutely beautiful strand. £7.45 is your price today, and actually go quite nicely with this next one I've got for you, don't they? That go perfectly. Hello. Now this is your next strand I have for you. They're beautiful. These are your rice bead shapes, and they are centre drilled. You've got a wealth on here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I've got around 13 on this strand. Don't forget, you'll definitely be getting 235 carats worth of pyrite. Now, pyrite itself is a really interesting gemstone. It's been used, in fact, in the past within weaponry. It's been used within guns, because when it's struck with iron or certain types of rock, it will give out a spark, which is partly where it gets its name from. These are your long rice beads, and these are 30 by 7 mil. Now, Nadine, what would you think about doing with these long rice bead pyrites?
The first thing that comes to mind is just a lovely dropped angle earring.
Yes.
Because they're ideal for that. I don't know if I'd wire wrap them or not, because the colour on them is metallic anyway.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably contrast it with a gemstone, maybe something like a quartz, just a clear quartz, very classic.
Yeah. I think you could do a really nice steampunk design with these, couldn't you?
Oh, you could, yeah, definitely, yes. That's a great idea, actually, yeah.
I think that would work really beautifully. And if you were to wire wrap these, because again, mixed metals is really big at the moment,
mixing the
isn't
metals
it?
would be effective, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think there's a lot you could do with this strand. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? For Jig P60, £9.45 is all you're paying. Think steampunk mixed metals, toning it down with some delicate gems, as Nadine so inspiredly said. There's a lot you could be doing with this strand at £9.45. Get your hands on it now. We're whipping through these. I have got so much to squeeze into this time. This is the most beautifully stranded strand I have ever seen. Please take a look at the stranding on this coral. These are called peanuts, this shape. Red coral. That is beautiful. If I show you them separately, you'll get an idea. You see each one of them gap in here. But the way they've been stranded, they almost interlink. It's almost a kumihimo type effect you're getting with them, isn't it? Almost geometric. What do you think of this strand, Nadine?
I've had a strand like that at home, and they are fantastic, and I've been waiting for them to come in again, and I'm here.
Yay!
But I just take two
and
thread them on different ways, and they do hold the shape, and they look like little flowers as they go through. And I use them with black, and from memory I've used them with black, and again clear quartz, because that makes the colour really pop.
Oh, I like that. That's a really good idea.
But just two together, spaced out through a necklace, two here, two there, it's really, really effective.
Look at that as a bracelet. I feel like I'm walking along a beach somewhere. Isn't that beautiful? Now this is your red coral. Now the coral we source, it's completely and absolutely ethically sourced. Reason being, it's coral that has been dead for many, many years. We don't go into the sea and dredge out loads of coral and disrupt the water and the wildlife. These are actually found in areas where seas used to be, have not been for hundreds and hundreds of years. So we actually get our coral, weirdly enough, from up in mountain ranges, because it's where seas used to be. There no longer is. and we collect the coral from there, so it's completely ethically sourced. So you can feel good to buy it, especially at this price. £6.95. We do not know when we're going to get this back in. How many do I have now? Oh, I've got 31 now. We've had loads of people's on the phone. You genuinely need to be quick if you are not checking out your basket on this. Once it's gone, it's gone. We do not know when we're going to get these back in stock. You're essentially getting 2 in 1 of this, because you've got the beautiful coral, but because they're stranding on in this way and they're interlinking, you'll get an absolute wealth on here. The amount you could do with this shape is endless. I think it's stunning as is, but the amount you could do, if I show you them separately, maybe just to give you a better idea of exactly how they look. This is one by itself. Imagine a monkey nut, you know those monkey peanuts? Is that what they're called? That's what I call them. So that's how they work separately, but as you can see, squidge them on and they go back into place perfectly. It almost looks coral-esque in its formation in this way, doesn't it? It's like the branches on your coral, isn't it? £6.95. I am in love. I've got loads of people on the phone. I've got around 20 people on the phone lines at this moment in time, which means you need to get your hands on it right about now, because I have how many? I've got 19 in stock right now, so if you're on the website, please click to check out. We don't know when we're going to get any more of this in particular, this cut and this shape. £6.95 for you today. I'm in love with that strand. If you're brand new to jewellery making, let me have a look. Whack a bit of elastic through, you got yourself a stretchy. Done. Okie pokely. Oh, these are adorable. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Do you like heart shapes? Well, if so, you're going to love this strand. These are 4mm heart shapes and they're flattened agate. Take a look. Perfect for Valentine's Day. If you have not yet started making for your craft stores for Valentine's Day, hurry up. It's only a few weeks away. Only a few weeks away. And if you haven't got any Valentine's stuff yet, do not worry, get yourself this, because it's got the beautiful heart shapes, because you know what some people can be like, last minute gifts, isn't it? They might be running into your craft store or your shop or your website on the 14th thinking, I forgot. 30 carats worth we've got here. They are beautiful. Can you see the heart shapes? Yes, you can, can't you? They're not trilliant, they've definitely got the little heart nook in them. Each point of the heart fits into the cleavage of the next heart. They work beautifully. If I let it catch the light, there, that's better. You can see perfectly the heart shapes, can't you? They're not trilliant, they are stunning hearts. 30 carats worth here. Let's take a look at your price. £4.95. That is a multi-buy price, isn't it? That is stunning. And it's a lengthy strand too. £4.45. Get yourself some beautiful black hearts. IBGP 58 today. Look how they catch the light too. Did you see that? They're sort of sparkling across. Absolutely beautiful. Whoa. Oh no, all right, yeah. Yeah, oh. Wow. I really wanted to see this strand, and you can see a lot of druzy in it. Now these, sorry, let me explain what these are first off. These are your white druzy. I'm just getting obsessed with them. These are your agate plain rounds with white druzy. If I show you exactly what these are, so you'll see you have the white druzy agate here, and let me spin it. Da 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 da. Here is your druzy glittering away in each. You'll be able to see there's absolutely plenty of it on this strand. There's loads in these. You've got so much druzy in here. When we talk about druzy, we mean this almost sugar-coated like effect that you're getting on some of them. Oh, this one's got it beautifully as well. All of these that I can see right now have a little bit of druzy. You see, you have almost that caramelized surface. This is one to really get home and properly see, because I'm not quite getting as much sparkle as you are to the eye. This is a stunning strand. Have you ever seen druzy in a round? I certainly haven't. I've never ever seen it. Look how beautiful. It's a really wonderful strand. These are really hefty size, 14 mil. The great thing with a large size like this is you do not have to do a lot with it at all, because the nature of the gemstones, it's already done its job. Mother Nature has put all of this together. These are a beautiful talking point for your customers, aren't they? 520 carats worth we've got in here. Let's have a look at your price. £7.95. That is wonderful. Because the druzy I'm thinking of, I know it's around the £10 mark, but you don't get this much. You don't get this much. So this whole strand, lengthy, over 500 carats for £7.95. If you haven't worked with druzy before, that's a really good point to make actually. If you haven't worked with druzy before and you're a little bit worried about it, because I know we have the sort of almost cabochon shaped druzys we have, don't they? But they're a little bit daunting. I've said this before, I think if you're not used to working with them, then definitely do work with these in the plain rounds. Because if you're used to working with plain rounds, we always say it's kind of the go-to shape, don't we? So this is a wonderful format to be able to use druzy in. What did you say then, Kirsty? Got a quick message and I can help. This says, Dawn from West Yorkshire. Which Sky channel can I watch you on? As the computer is driving me nuts. Keep stopping, thanks. Our web channel, our Sky channel is 655. 655 is our web channel. So we'll see you on the TV in a second, Dawn. See you in a minute. Well, don't forget your hands on those druzy because it's stunning. It's an unusual format. It's just £7.95 for you today. Wow. Now, beauty is very much in the eye of the beholder. However, in the gem community, the gem world, collector's world, it's very much agreed that the deeper, the smokier the smoked quartz, the higher the quality, the more desirable. This is seriously smoky. Isn't that beautiful? It almost looks jet, doesn't it? If I show you against the white, you'll be able to see. You can see the clarity through each of these is absolutely stunning. And this saturation of colour, it's widely adored and highly regarded in the gem world, this really smoky appearance. Now, when I used to watch JewelleryMaker many years ago, we never used to have this deep amount of smoke. This is a relatively new find for us to get this higher quality of smoky quartz. I'm really excited to bring you this strand today. These are your medium nuggets from around 10 by 9 all the way to 20 by 12 mil. 160 carats worth. This strand is delicious. Let's take a look at your price. £6.95. That is a serious bargain. Look at how smoky these are. It's absolutely stunning. The clarity on them, each one totally transparent, beautiful crystal clear clarity. It's just they've held that saturation of colour exceptionally. Let's have a look at these two together. Ooh. Kirsty's saying she loves pink and brown together. Why do you love pink and brown together, producer Kirsty? It's a really nice combination. I agree. It's nice. I've got this strand coming up for you now. Get your hands on this, £6.95 for you today. I've got a handful of those left, literally a handful, so please do check out your basket. Let's bring you this next. Now I have this strand. I have this strand. It's beautiful. I've worked it into a wirework ring, and I've also actually worked it into a headband with a large bow. It's beautiful. 320 carats worth I have of my fuchsia agate with clear quartz nuggets. Now we say nuggets, but really they're not, are they? They're faceted and they're very uniformed for a strand of nugget. They're 13 by 11 mil. In here you've got the beautiful banding that you would expect from the agate. This is almost the jet area you can see, but then you have sparkling away this clear, almost rose coloured quartz. I just want to show you one of my favourites. Look at that, it's almost celestial, isn't it? Almost planetary. So let's take a look at your price on this, because I've only got a few of these available at £5.95. It's a really lengthy strand. You're getting a mixture of tones in here. You've got the natural quackle-like effect within here, including that jet banding. The banding in this, some of it is jet, but some of it, yeah, it's almost a mocha tone, chocolate coffee tone. £5.95 for you today. And I'm going to squeeze one more in for you in the under £10 before we head over to our star buy. This is summer on a strand. You know those smart, oh, you know those sweets you get in a tube? Nearly messed that up. They look a little bit like that. They're really bright, beautiful tones. I love the idea of these actually interspersed with those coral we had earlier. Really beach boho feel to them. 420 carats worth you have here of your multicoloured quackled agate in these plain rondelles. They're 12 by 7 mil. You've got in here your cerises, fuchsia tones. You've got your lavenders. You've got your pops of sky, your forestry green. You've got periwinkles in here. You've got saffron tones as well. Beautiful mixture. Let's take a look at your price. £6.95. The thing is, rondelles are so useful as a shape. If you've been new to jewellery making and perhaps you're working majoritively with your rounds and you want to move on a step, rondelles are the natural progression when it comes to working with shapes, just because they give you a completely different look to your rounds, but they are a natural segue into other shapes. You can colour band this if you're worried about using the colours all together. Do just pick out your purples, your amethyst tones. Do just pick out your cerises. Feel free to do that. But if you're feeling brave and you want to add a summer spring in your step, then this is going to be the strand for you. It's just £6.95. I've got people on the phone buying 3 of these at a time. It doesn't surprise me at all. It's a really sunny, fun strand. It's just £6.95. I've got a gemstone coming up that you may not have seen before. It's our star buy. This strand is beautiful. Take a look at it for me. I've got 30 of these in stock and that is it. This is 60 carats of your Chrysoprase. Take a look at the banding in this wonderful strand. Now it's actually from the same gemstone family as emerald, and you can tell, can't you, with this beautiful colouring in it. The only difference is the colour itself comes from the presence of nickel, which is obviously different to the beautiful emerald. Now, it has the gemstone itself, I always think, is really interesting because of the price. I think for me, it's one of the most dramatic price changes depending on the gemstone. When we're looking for this gemstone, 60 carats worth of your Chrysoprase you have in here, you've got to look for a really nice tone, a beautiful hue, and a deep saturation of colour. and you're definitely getting that with many on this strand. Now, Chrysoprase that has all of these sort of qualities to it. Steve Bennett, who you'll know is founder and CEO of the company here, the Genuine Gemstone Company, when he was in Hong Kong and he was looking for this gemstone, he went and saw some stall sellers, and they were selling this beautiful gemstones. And when he went to speak to one of them in particular was talking about how it was his favourite gemstone, but it was also his biggest seller. And Steve had a little look at the price and was absolutely gobsmacked. The seller who was selling this exact gemstone was selling pieces that, as I said before, had beautiful tone, really great saturation and a wonderful hue, like we're seeing in this strand. He was selling it per carat for almost £100 per carat for a beautiful, almost the perfect example. You've got 60 carats worth in this strand. It's well known between collectors and sort of jewellery connoisseurs. A lot of people will know this gemstone, but if you are new to it, I would definitely encourage you to get this home, because you'll see how it almost has a glowing nature internally with some of these. And then a lot of them, you're also getting the beautiful emerald greens within these graduated plain wheel shapes. It's really interesting because the name itself sort of talks about how these are made together. It's made from this microscopic crystal formation. The crystals themselves you cannot actually see unless you have a look at them through a microscope, which is why you get such an even tone running through each of these beautiful gemstones. And as we know, even tone brings your price up. So if you're thinking of that gentleman, he had a beautiful, almost perfect specimen with great tone, great hue, great saturation, like you're getting a lot of on this strand. He was working at just under £100 per carat for this gemstone. Let's take a look at your price on this today. £14.95 is exceptional. But you know what we're like. You know what happens when my team gets together? Myself up here, Kaz on camera, Scott, beautiful floor manager, got director Tomin and Kirsty. It's under £10 hour. £14.95 is not your price. You know what happens when that happens, don't you? We have to take an extra quid off. £8.95. Genuinely, you need to get your hands on this now. Why? One, it's a beautiful gemstone. Two, it's known by connoisseurs and gem collectors. Three, we don't have much of this at all on the website. We only have this strand and one other, is it? Of this, we only have 30 of these gemstones. We only have 30 of this strand. Another reason is it shouldn't be that price. It shouldn't be £8.95. It was going to be 14, then we were going to take it down to 9, but the gremlins were in, so we had to take an extra £1 off. So you're getting it for £8.95. Shouldn't be anywhere near that price. Kirsty's just said, someone's messaged in saying, you did that on purpose. Honestly, genuinely, we've got a new computer system. I say new, we've had it about a month and a half now, but it's still got little technical bugs. Honestly, genuinely, we haven't done it on purpose. What happens is if the price says, for example, this was £14.95, if it rolls back in and says £14.95 again, the only way we can fix it, even IT has come in and told us the only way you can get it to that lower price is by taking an extra £1 off. So it should have been £9.95. It's £8.95. That's why you genuinely need to take advantage of this beautiful gemstone strand now. How many do I have in stock at the moment? I've got 16 of these exactly in total, but there is a slight queue on the phone line. I've got people multi-buying on this. Take this opportunity to get hold of a genuinely connoisseur's favourite, in many senses, gemstone for ridiculously low £8.95. The thing is, we've only got a handful of these left in stock now. I'm just almost on my 10. I've got 11 of these in stock at the moment. Because we don't have this in often. Have we even got any other on the website? No. We don't have this gemstone in often at all. We don't know when we're going to get it in again. It's a beautiful gemstone to have in your collection. As you can see with the banding of all this colour, it's really workable. Imagine this with your emeralds. And if you think about how much this is loved and adored, do your research on this. Genuinely do your research, because you will be able to see the price that this can go for. It's yours today at £8.95, but genuinely it's only to the lucky few. I've got 7 exactly left on this. If you're on the web, you have to check out, I honestly can't say it enough, I don't want to bore you with it, but we have had some messages in saying, oh, I missed out on that before. I have warned you, please check out your basket. Check out as many times as you want in the day, only get 1 postage and packaging of £2.95. It's a beautiful strand. I've got 4 in total. Stay where you are on the phone, we will be with you. 4 of those left. What a great star buy. I've got another star buy coming up in a little bit. Say to me again, Sweet Pea. Ooh. Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. You know the DVD that Debbie Bulford did with the Paula McLean? She did those geometric design on the front cover. It looks just like that, but it's a genuine gemstone. This is 285 carats worth of your multicoloured rhyolite Jasper. And these are 25 by 18 mil drops. They almost look, can you see some of them, like little fossilized creatures they look like, don't they? It's beautiful. Now, Nadine, what would you think of doing with this strand?
I think they're big enough to make a lovely ring.
Oh, definitely.
Maybe wire wrap it, or wire wrap around a bracelet probably. I think they're gorgeous actually. As soon as you said that, they reminded me of sort of moss, and when you're walking along the seashore and the little rock pools with the moss on them.
I know what you mean.
They're lovely.
Almost like when mussels grow.
Yes.
Under the water.
They're unusual, aren't they?
That is
so
beautiful.
Pretty.
You're right, it's sprung that to my mind as well now. That's exactly what it looks like. Little pockets of nature. How wonderful. I used to love walking on the beach. Me and my dad used to go and pick seaweed, cook it up. We also used to get lugworms as well. We were fisher people. We used to get lugworms. It was like a day out, that was, going to find yourself some lugworms. Really little beggars. So it's also known sometimes as rainforest jasper. So if you can't find this name online, you want to do your research, it is sometimes known as rainforest jasper as well. And a lot of these jasper are named after what they represent and what they look like, and you can completely see why this might be called rainforest. Although I'm with you, Nadine, I prefer seashore jasper. I'll write a letter. Let's take a little look at the price on these. £6.95. We do not see this often at all. I'm sure some of you don't even recognise the name of it because we really don't have it in often at all. There are people waiting on the phone lines for this. It's £6.95. How many have we got in total? Please get your hands on this now, because I only have 17 of these in total right now, and there is a queue of people on the phone. We'll be with you. We haven't forgotten about you, don't worry. Are you listening to some relaxing music on there? Do they put you on hold music? Yeah, don't worry. If you're getting bored of the hold music, we will be with you really soon, don't worry. £6.95 for you today. It's a multi-buy price. Treat yourself. 285 carats with this beautiful jasper. This would go perfectly, actually. Ooh. We're trying to bring you, this is coming up now. We're trying to bring you a lot of gemstones that you might not have heard of before on the show at the moment, sort of the lesser known gemstones. Although, I'm not sure, would this be classed as lesser known? Yeah, perhaps in the green variety. This is your apatite, and it's green apatite. 240 carats worth you have of these medium nuggets. It's a lengthy strand. And look at this beautiful, it's almost got a forestry green to it. The tone itself, which I really like on this strand, it's all pretty similar, which I think is a beautiful feature of this. It's 7 by 6 mil all the way to 17 by 9 mil. Now, if you are worried about working with nuggets, fear no longer. We have got a DVD that's available online. Just type in chips and nuggets or ask the helpful call centre on 0800 644 655. But don't forget, we also have the wonderful Nadine here. So Nadine, what would you think of doing with this beautiful strand?
I quite like working with chips. And
you do?
Yeah, I tend to quite often put them in a multi-layer so that you get the different textures. And I'm not sure what to put those with. They're really, really unusual. They're so green.
I know. It's great to have such a green appetite, isn't it?
Actually, they'd work well with that turquoise apatite, I think. I've got some at home and they're absolutely beautiful, the colour of the apatite. And then you've got the same stone as well. I think that would work well.
The thing I love about apatite is it's a really well-known gemstone, but to get it in green is beautiful too, because green is very much, it's Mother Nature's basis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mother Nature revolves around green, which would make you think that it goes with everything.
They would go with the seashore ones, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah, the Jasper, the seashore Jasper.
They would work really
seashells
nicely,
on the
alternating
Jasper.
a few chips and then the Jasper and a few chips.
Good idea.
I would
Love
do,
it.
definitely.
Oh, Nadine, you're full of cracking ideas today. Let's take a little look at your price, shall we? Oh, £5.95 for green apatite. That's a great deal, isn't it? I've got 34 in stock currently, because we've had 10 go already. And there's people on the phone lines for these. Do treat yourself to them, because honestly, the green, I'm not sure how to describe it, but it's really bright and poppy, almost a lime. Oh, you can see it really well there, actually.
Kind of emerald.
It is, yeah, you're right.
It's true emerald colour, isn't it?
Do you know, it reminds me of, you know, the Emerald City in The Wizard of Oz? You know, that clear emerald colour? It's like that. Perfect huey pops. Emerald City, said to represent hope. And I hope that you get your hands on this, because I've only in my teens on this. Not got many left at all. £5.95 on this beautiful strand of green apatite today. Wow. I'll just show you before the graphics come up, and I bet you can guess exactly what it is, even if you don't really know your gemstones. Take a look at this. Isn't that stunning? What?
I want it.
Nadine has just mouthed to me, I want it. This is, of course, your fossil Jasper.
I've been looking out for that as well.
Fossil coral, what am I talking about? It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic.
If you wanted that, it got that Jasper earlier, this is going to go perfectly. You'll see in each of these, almost these little fossilised creatures is how it appears. You've got a beautiful banding tone on this, 160 carats within here. You've got such a mixture of tones. Each one of them has got something completely different. Look at this one here. Almost looks like little flowers encapsulated in this one. Can you see them? It's stunning.
Doesn't it remind you where gemstones come from?
It's beautiful.
It reminds you where gemstones come from, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Right, really good point to make, Nadine. Really good. Oh, and there's a beautiful... This strand reminds me very much of Wallace Chan, if you're aware of him. He's a jewellery maker, born and bred in Hong Kong. He came over to England for a little bit and did some pieces. And he works predominantly with gemstones that he says he feels every time he looks at them he gets something different out of them, and this strand does that exceptionally well. Each time you're looking at one and then you spin it and there's something completely different. Look at this. Oh my days. Let's get your price in before I start dribbling. £7.95. There is plenty of you on the phones. How many have we got of these? £7.95. It's got this natural fluidity to it that every time you look at it, you're going to get something different out of it. You'll see another little almost animal shape. You'll see another little fossil outline. It's a beautiful strand, but I've only got 22 of these currently in stock at £7.95. I'm gonna have to whip on. Do stay on the phone lines for these. We have got enough for you on the phone lines. You need to check out your baskets at home, please. £7.95. I've got to move on because they are going really quick. I'm already down into loadable figures. Ooh. Well, this is a really interesting ocean agate. The plain rounds. Plain rounds. Wow. Take a look at this. When I think of ocean Jasper, this isn't really what I expect. This is the waves. If you think about the waves crashing against the coastline. And in fact, you have some coastline colours in this. You've got these sandy tones running through many. This is 185 carats worth of your blue ocean agate in the 8mm plain round. 8mm is many people's favourite and most workable size of gemstone to use in their pieces. It's all 8mm in this strand. Can you see how you've got these sandy tones running through some of them too? It's absolutely lovely different mixture. I can't think of another gemstone where you would get in one gemstone navy, jet black, sky blue, white and sand. It's a real great mixture of colour. I think you could make some beautiful cufflinks out of this, almost cluster them together to do a ring. I think it'd be stunning as well because they've got this almost textured look, but of course they are your plain rounds. It's beautiful. Let's take a look at your price. VDGP05 for just £5.50 today for this entire strand. It's a really workable strand. It's a great mixture of colour. There's a lot to be had with this gemstone for just £5.50 today. I love the mixtures you get. Great mix of colour you're getting with that. Can squeeze a few more in before you start by. Now, I adore shell anyway, because I think there's something about shell that it just gives you something extra. It gives you something fun to look at, fun to work with. But I haven't seen them in plain rounds before. And I don't know why not, because look at the wonderful lustre and almost shimmer you're getting with these. As I spin them, can you see? It's almost got a chatoyant look about it, doesn't it? As I'm spinning them. It is, can you see on this one by my thumb? You see what I mean? It's almost got the chatoyancy, shimmer glow to it. It's shell in your 8mm plain rounds. These actually working with that agate we've just had to be beautiful. It's got almost, you know, the when you go to a nice coffee shop and you get a frothy coffee and it's got a little swirl on the top. It looks a bit like that, doesn't it? Let's take a look at your price on this strand. £4.95. You couldn't buy a frothy coffee for that price, and that'll only last you 3 minutes, 4 if it's hot. But you've got an old strand here that's going to last you a lifetime. £4.95. You've got absolutely plenty in here. And if I just show you against the desk, can you see as it's rolling? You're getting these flashes, this dark. You see how the light catches? Oh. That is delectable. £4.95. I am absolutely chuffed with that price. I'm going to get my hands on this definitely today. Definitely. £4.95. Genuinely, get your mitts on this because I'm going to. Do you think I'll have any left, Kirsty? How many have I got? How many? 46 left. Oh my goodness, and I've got a queue. If you are on the phone lines, don't worry, we will be with you. You're answered in order. Loads of people. Have you got it in your basket? Just check it out. do yourself a favour. Just because how many? I've got a queue on the phone line. There's over 22 people I've just seen on the phone line at the moment, but I'm only just in my 40s on this, so do check out. Look how you're getting, can you see the schiller across these? Look. Oh, it's an absolutely stunning strand. I'm so excited to have this in. If you haven't worked with shell before, because sometimes when we have shell, it's in really extravagant shapes, isn't it, sometimes? And that's nice. But sometimes when you just want to work with your plain rounds, but you're getting the beautiful shell appearance, this is the strand for you. I've not seen plain round shell before, and you're getting it 8mm. £4.95. I've got loads of people buying 4 and 5 on this. It doesn't surprise me at all for £4.95 for a gemstone that you for this beautiful strand you just don't see often at all. Now I'm going to have to leave this one with you because I'm in my teens on this now, but let's head over to a gemstone you may well not have seen before for our star buy. This gemstone is sometimes known as love's arrow, and I think you'll fall in love with it when you see it. Take a look at this beautiful magnetic quartz, flèche de mort, love arrow, sometimes referred to. Now you can see, I'm not sure if you can actually, but I can definitely see. You know, in rutilated quartz, you get these little almost, sometimes referred to as Venus hair, darts throughout. You have that internally in some of these. All of the hair-like pieces in these, all these little jets and darts you're getting, they're all a different mineral. They're all something extra. A lot of the time it is rutile itself, but not always. You can get inclusions of absolutely anything in these gemstones, of course, depending on where it is grown or made up. You've got almost delicate ruby tones. You know when you get ruby zoisite and you get that pink colour of the ruby and the ruby zoisite? It's that tone, isn't it? It's a really delicate pink in there. The centre one itself is really red. Can you remember that? Can you imagine that as a ring? It's almost got a rubellite colour to it, hasn't it? 215 carats you're getting worth of this magnetic quartz. It's a lengthy strand and it's really high quality. When you look into it, it's got this internal fluidity to it, whereby you'll see a jar, like a jar to dart stepping out of it, but then as you look deeper in, you can see these darts actually begin at different points within the gemstone. It's a really interesting piece to look at. Now these are faceted, and if I can show you the faceting, for example on this one, it's absolutely beautiful. It's almost a step cut facet you've got on these. You see as I spin it, you have almost your step cut like effect. The facets themselves, if you look, so here I've got a rectangle section going across, and then I have a different sort of almost round corner, and then here I've got irregular. It's really irregular faceting, which to me, and then you've got the step cut section at the top, which is what it's what's making this gemstone catch the light at each angle. As I'm spinning, something new flashes, doesn't it? Something new checks, something new flashes. Bursting with colour. This is sometimes known as beautiful flèche d'amour, love's arrow. Let's give you a price that you too will fall in love with, shall we? Whoa, £9.95. You know that we're in our under £10 hour, so of course we're going to bring it to you for that price. £9.95. You're getting these ruby-like colours. You're getting almost these Venus hair-like internal structure to it. You have really deep, in fact, the inclusions, the hair-like inclusions in here are perfect red. They're bright red, almost almost a claret red that you've got in some of these. Absolutely beautiful. These are ranging from around 10 by 7 all the way to a whopping 16 by 8 mil. And the great thing with that is you've got their earring size, but you also have your ring size. Beautiful for a wrapped pendant. Absolutely gorgeous pieces you can get with this. It's £9.95. You're getting a 20 centimetre strand. It's a gemstone that we were all having a little chat about in here earlier because not a lot of us had seen it before. £9.95. I'm going to whip this away because how many have I got left? 25 left of these right now. £9.95. I'm going to whip them away because I've only got 25, but there's people on the phone. I might be able to squeeze one more in. No. What do you want to do? Ooh. Ooh, this the tiger's eye is nice. Rounds. Ooh, yeah. Just thinking these would go beautifully with the with those shell that you had on earlier. These are chunky. These are your red tiger's eye in these large rounds. Look at that beautiful chatoyancy. Can you see? Tiger's eye, of course, known to give courage, worn by warriors for many years. These are 215 carats worth. They are graduated from around 10 by 7 all the way to 16 by 8, different one. Wrong graphics you've got up there, just realised. I'm just reading it all out to you. Have a look at these next to the shell though. Look how dainty this shell is. These ones are your 8 mil. But don't they work absolutely beautifully together? If I'm moving them, 700 carats of your red tiger's eye, 16 mil, £7.95 for you today. They're absolutely whopping. They are chunky. Imagine them as a pair of cufflinks. You've got these beautiful deep tones running through, worn by warriors to give them confidence. Now, coming up after this short break, we are going to be heading over to the wonderful Nadine, and she's working with a wire that will go beautifully with this tone. And do not forget, in my last hour, producer's pick, including the stamps that you've all been waiting for, the letters and the pictures, stamping galore in that last section. Do get your hands on this. I've got a handful left at £7.95. The red chatoyancy is something not to be missed, darting across the top. Almost looks like Mars, doesn't it? Ooh. Join you after the break for more designer inspirations with Nadine, and then after that, producer's picks. I'll see you after this.
Tiger's eye is a gemstone that can be masculine or feminine. It comes in like these luscious caramel colours, and when you get it in fuchsia, that's my favourite, when it's bright pink. Love that. And the chatoyancy makes it so different. It sort of follows you around the room, so it makes for some really interesting pieces.
Tiger's eye is one of the first gemstones that I was ever exposed to. My mum bought me a beautiful tiger's eye bracelet when I was away at university, and I've worn it ever since. It has a lot of personal value to me. Not only that though, the JewelleryMaker tiger's eye which you can get exudes so much chatoyancy, and more chatoyancy than I've ever seen from any other tiger's eye. The carat weights are brilliant. You can get it in dyed qualities, but it's the natural essence of the gemstone which I think people find so attractive about it, and that's probably one of the reasons why it's one of our biggest sellers. Before any of the gemstones that arrive here in Jaipur can leave Jaipur for the UK, they need to be tested. So all the genuine gemstone strands go from the vendor to an independent laboratory. They're then tested to prove that they are what they say they are. Now, as you can see here, this shipment of emerald arrived this morning, and it comes with this. This is really important. This shows that the emerald has been tested in random strands and can be proven to be genuine emerald. If this authenticity card doesn't arrive with a genuine gemstone, then the shipment won't go to the UK.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join JewelleryMaker this Thursday at 11:30 AM for our Findings Frenzy. Make sure you're tuned in because you won't want to miss out on this amazing offer.
Welcome back to Designer Inspiration. Thank you for joining me. My name is Becky, and if you've just joined us, you've missed out on a whole hour of under £10, but don't worry, we have still got a little bit of a queue on the phone line, but if you're trying to get your hands on that tiger's eye, there is still some available, and I've got literally 2 or 3 left of that shell for £4.95 in the plain round, so do get your hands on those. There is still some coming for you. I've got Nadine. How's it going, Nadine? How's your challenge?
Yeah, coming on. Yeah.
Good. Now we're going over to Nadine in mere moments to have a little look at her beautiful piece, and she's going to show us the majority of one of her designer inspiration pieces. Going to show it us step by step, and she might even be able to do the whole thing, or at least a whole half of one of the necklaces for us. So we'll have a little look at that shortly. I want to let you know after that I've got my producer's pick, and I have the stamps are back. I've got the uppercase letters and the lowercase, as well as some symbols and fleur-de-lis type shapes as well. They are coming back for you in my producer's pick, as along with many more, of course. But let me first off bring you this designer inspiration kit. I have in here 100 meters of your 0.4. I've also got the thick, chunky 1.25mm wire, 10 meters worth of that, again in your copper colour. I've also got your 3 strands. I've got this faceted, quite large these ones for faceted crackled quartz. These are your faceted clear quartz, and these are 170 carats worth of your 8mm faceted rounds. You've also got your white shell top drilled marquise beads, and these ones are 16 by 8mm. These go beautifully actually with that shell we had on earlier in the plain rounds, won't they? As well as that, you have 270 carats worth of your crackled coloured mixed tones faceted quartz, and these actually it's faceted but they're not. These ones are your plain in the 8mm, and these ones are your mixture of tones. The colours of these together, they always remind me of is it Cath Kidston? You know those Cath Kidston tones that you get? Aren't you getting that in this as a whole strand, as a whole bundle? It's a wonderful mixture of tones in there. So 270 carats worth of your faceted 10mm rounds. You've got your white shell in the top drills, and you've got 170 of your multicoloured crackled in the 8mm plain rounds here. So let's have a little look. 100 meters of your 0.4 and 125 of your 10mm. Should we take a little look at the price on this? £43.75 is your web price. So that means if you go on our website now and you get all these separately, then that's the price. That's your discount code. DRGC78. Type that in, or let our call centre know that that's the code you want, and it will not be £43.75 today. It will only be a tiny £26.95 for you today. Have you seen Nadine's face? £16.80 saving on this kit today. Over £16 saving on this for you today. You've got these beautiful spring tones to it, almost this Cath Kidston, you know, the Cath Kidston prints. You've got that type of colouring through here and mixed in with the beautiful shell and these quartz. Over £16 saving today. That is something really special. Get your hands on spring scents today. 125. This is our second to thickest gauge wire that we do, and you'll see exactly how the wonderful Nadine has worked this into her designs momentarily. And you have your weaving wire, which is your 0.4. Almost £17 you're saving on this today. That is really show-stopping, isn't it? But not only that, of course, you're also going to be getting a little piece of your designer inspiration from the wonderful Nadine. She'll be able to show us quite a bit of her beautiful piece that we'll be creating. But do get your hands on this now. How many do I have left, Kirst? 52 I have of these currently, with £16.80 saving. That's what you're getting off this today. What do you think of that price? Your mouth drops a little
yes,
bit.
Yes, that's a very, very, very good deal. I mean, the wire alone, you know, they're getting the really thick wire.
Yeah.
And 100 metres.
100 metres, yeah. That's wonderful, isn't it?
It is. It's excellent, because the beads are gemstones, let's call them properly. They are just, I love quartz. I love them.
What is it about quartz you like?
The colours.
Yeah.
They're just fresh and bright.
They are, they're fresh, bright, perfect name for these, isn't it? Spring scent.
It
It really does give you that.
And they are the spring colours.
Yeah.
If you've, I had my colours done, and I think I came out as a spring, and these are all the colours I can wear.
That's beautiful. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
And have you had a look at the pieces? You've created so much with this, haven't you? 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces we've managed to create with this, and 3 of those are necklaces. So gem heavy you've gone on them.
Yes, I must admit I did use most of the gemstones. I still have some of the quartz left, but most of the marquise went.
I see.
And most of the little coloured quartz.
Now, Kirsty says that she really likes your reaction to the price.
It's good.
So she'd like to see it again. We're going to do a price match on our previous designer inspiration kit. So it's not going to be £16.80 saving. £18.80 saving. You're getting this whole kit today for £24.95. We've done a price match from our first designer inspiration. It's just £24.95. You're getting in here 3 strands, including the beautiful shell, 2 strands of your quartz, including the beautiful multi-coloured quartz, and you're getting 100 metres of your 0.4 and 10 metres of your 1.25 beautiful copper colour wire. £24.95. It's £18.80 saving for you today. That is all you're paying. I bet you're really happy with that price then, aren't you?
Yes, excellent. No, especially as I say for this wire, because 1.25 is a lovely wire to have in your stash.
Yeah.
Makes talks really nicely, the part that goes around the neck.
I know, yeah.
But I've made the whole thing with it.
That's wonderful. So we're going to be starting on this necklace.
Yes.
And whereabouts are we going to be starting here?
Well, I thought I'd show people the main, yeah, that bit. Yeah. And I've done one here just to show what we're trying to achieve with the wire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, first thing we do then is cut a piece of wire, and it's a lot more wire actually than you think, but it's still not a lot when you think how much you've got on the reel.
Yes.
But you're actually using 2 foot of wire in that.
How long's that then?
24 inches.
Right, yes.
Or 60 centimetres.
60 centimetres. So,
I'll measure it out.
Just over half a metre.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you don't have to do it as big as this, you could do your own design. I'm just showing you the one I've created. And always cut a little bit more, because if you find you're a bit short on one side, it's going to look a bit lopsided. So that would be 24, so I'm going to cut a little bit extra.
Just to be safe.
Just to be safe. And that's how we start, just with one long piece of wire. And I always just pull it through my hands to just just warm it through and make it more pliable. And then I started right in the middle, and I want about a 4-inch bar, the bit that's across the front.
I see.
Just move that up so you can see. So I'm going to start with this bit here. So round those pliers, and judging roughly where your 4 inches is going to be in the middle of the wire, start at one point, and I brought the wire up and round, put the pliers in, pulled it round again, and that's the first loop, and I straightened that at this point. So that's the first loop on that side. Then going in about 4 inches, I'd say that's probably, you can measure it actually to be sure. Yep, a little bit longer. Do exactly the same again, and I just brought it round the other way just to make it uniform.
Yeah.
And pull that out. So there you are. There we are. So you've got your 2 loops. Now those are going to be where the necklace will come up the top. So bending them down now to work like that. I'll move that out of the way. Well, I'll actually use that as a guide if that's all right. Right, I did most of this now by hand. So it doesn't matter which side you start on, just use the wire and go with it. And the first thing I did on the left hand side as I'm working on it, I did a loop, again just free form with my hands, like that. As I say, it doesn't matter how big, how small, it is free form. So I had a loop there. Then I came down a bit following the wire and did another small loop here, much smaller this time because that's what I wanted the effect to be. Bending it all the time, so I've now got 2 loops there. Bend it round again in the direction of the wire, and then I'm going to put a swirl at the end and bend it round. So that will be one side. So taking the pliers right at the end of the wire, doing a loop like that, and carrying on with the swirl, not tight. And again, like the last project, we can use fingers. It's tougher wire, but it's still very, very malleable. It's lovely to work with.
So if someone hasn't worked with 125 before, because it's a relatively new gauge for us, it's still malleable enough just to work?
Yeah, I mean that's that I've just done there, and it didn't really take a lot of tugging. If you struggle, use your tweezers.
Your flat nose.
Yeah, I would suggest if you have got them, the nylon jaws. Otherwise the flat nose, just to tweak it round, and again remember to move the wire, not the pliers on the wire.
Yeah.
That's just the important thing there.
Beautiful.
So that's one side. And if you're a person that likes symmetry, you can do an identical opposite side. Yeah. But I thought I'll do something a little bit different, just to play with the wire really, and just to get that sort of dramatic effect. And this is why I say that anybody who hasn't done wire work before, this is a good sort of project to have a go with, because it's just shaping the wire and getting used to the wire yourself.
Yeah.
And come up with any designs, and it's quite straightforward to do it. So I'd say give it a go, and I'll look forward to seeing it on the wall of fame.
Definitely.
So anyone out there who's trying, that would be brilliant. So on this side, I decided to kink it in a little bit to start, just to show different. And then out, again, it's not really any structure to it, just how you feel comfortable. And then I thought a loop, a little loop there. And as I liked the loops, I did a bigger loop. So again, it's holding it with your hands and manipulating it, but go with it really. If you want it a bit bigger, just bend it out again. You can, something like that. And then down and up. And again, a spiral on the end. I thought finishing it with spirals just gives it that nice finishing touch. probably make that into a
So
bit
you're just
more of a
forming it into whichever shape you want to do. You could actually do letters on this, couldn't you?
You could.
I just thought, because that looks a little bit to me like an E and an L. I understand that the E is the opposite way round. However, I am dyslexic, so sometimes the E's go that right way for me anyway. So you could do letters, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could.
Because personalised sort of naming jewellery is really big, isn't it?
It is actually, yeah. And practice a bit for that. But yes,
Yeah.
I think that would be fun to do. It really would. So that's that. Slightly different to the other one, but again, I could have made that loop longer and have that more swirled out. So that would be our basis for the necklace.
Yeah.
And now what I did was I finished this whole piece before I started the do you want me to show you hammering it?
Yeah. If you want to. Have you got a hammer and a block around?
I have indeed.
I know.
I
Don't worry,
tend to
it's fun
hammer
though.
because I find it adds texture, but it also makes it stronger,
Yeah.
and I just love the effect. Now when I hammer these,
I'll bring you the hammer and the block in a moment. Let's have a look how Nadine does it.
yeah, do you want me to do this first?
Yeah, go for
okay.
it. Yeah, definitely.
The golden rule with hammering is not over where the wire crosses. It weakens it, and it would misshape it as well,
Yeah.
to be honest. Now what I do is I glance at it and go sort of sideways.
It's almost sweeping strokes, isn't it?
Yes, I don't hammer straight down on a piece like this. Just gentle, then a little bit up the side. I'm more concentrating on the bits that come right out.
Yeah.
And you can see the effect.
I think you can, and if I show you the difference as well, you can see the difference between the one that's been flattened and the one here that hasn't. This one's much more high sheen, isn't it? And this one's got a beautiful, almost vintage texture to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a real big difference once you have hammered it.
Yeah.
And it does change the composition of the wire. It all melds and squishes it all together, so it gives it that strength as well. So you do that all over, apart from where they cross.
I do, yes. I mean, if you do this end, you get more of a texture pitted look.
Yeah, I love
And
that.
That can be
I think
really
it's
attractive
gorgeous.
as well.
I think it's
So
gorgeous.
it's really, I mean, I tend to do that sweeping one to flatten something like this, because for me, I just love to see the flatter wire as part of the pendant. But you could equally use the other end and texture it, just to give it.
It's a great mix you can do with this, isn't there?
Yeah.
Just little sweeping motions. Now I'm going to give you the opportunity to own this now. As you can see, so easy to use, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really easy to use. The hammer itself, as we've seen, the section that Nadine's using at the moment, this is your flattened end, and as you can see, it creates this beautiful flat look. You've also got the ball end, which is giving you much more of a pitted, indented, almost vintage textured look. It's got your long wooden handle, which is just so you don't get reverb from the steel block. So this is your steel block that we have in here, and it's really essential tool to create this look, but also these are going to come in very handy for my stamps later on, aren't they? I'm going to be bringing you those stamps later on, and you're going to need essential tool. You're going to be needing to use these two together. Because we're using them in this beautiful design inspiration, and because you're going to need them for the stamps we have coming up later, we're going to do you a special offer price. This is your steel block and your chasing hammer. Your offer price today, £8.95 for them both. Not each, for them both together. You've seen how easy it is to use, and it creates a beautiful effect. And also, if you want to get a professional finish with the look of your shepherd hooks, I've got to say I use mine to create where the hook comes in itself, flattening that bit out, like when you go to the high street and that bit's a bit thicker, isn't it? £8.95 for the two of them today. If you haven't opened your baskets yet, honestly, this is worth it. Gemma Crow, posted one of these blocks to a friend not so long ago. £6.50 it cost to post it, because it's done on weight now, isn't it? £2.95 is all you've got to pay for the whole day, so treat yourself to this now. You're going to make your money back on postage and packaging it by itself. Designer Inspiration bundle is on the bottom of your screen. Don't forget, £18.80 saving on that bundle today. We did a price match on your first Designer Inspiration, £24.95 for those 3 strands, 100 metres of 0.4 and 10 metres of your 1.25 mil. So thank you for showing us how to use that.
One thing I'll say, I think actually Laura Binding mentioned it, because I was thinking, what am I doing? It's going all funny colour. It doesn't affect it at all. It's just when you hammer and you hit the metal, it does go that colour, and it's nothing.
There's
no
nothing
problem
wrong
at
with
all.
it.
No, because I thought it was me.
Oh, no.
Hers is even blacker than mine.
Well, she gets a lot of use, that one, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that's beautiful. Good tip. Thank you for letting us know that. If you do want any more tips, do message us in at JewelleryMaker.com. Text us to 60777JM Studio. Nadine's been full of tips, actually. If you've got any great tips you want the nation to know, message those in as well. Start your text with JM Studio.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That would be good.
Yes.
We like sharing tips.
Yeah, well, or give us your tips.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's that piece done. And then I start with the beads. I do the top bit first, and then I go down the sides.
I see. Okay, so we'll go across the T-bar section almost first.
Now this is when I get my 0.4 wire, because for wrapping it's so much easier. And there's really only 2 things I'm doing for the rest of this necklace, and it's wrapping the beads on and then wrapping the wire and coiling it round the wire. So I've started one just to show. I anchored the beads at the loop, so they're not going to slide along, and I put 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 on here. I think there were 12 on that,
but
so
it's just whatever fits.
Whatever fits, really. To be precise, you can actually lay your beads out as you're doing it to make sure that you have got the right space and that you're not going to get a gap.
That's good.
So you could lay your beads,
and
then get your wire, bend it. When you come to do the second loop, check against the beads again.
Good tip.
So that could be useful. Now I did the small quartz on the top, and they were random colours. Again, people who want to be symmetrical, you could do it. There's enough of each colour to do, say, a pattern if you want to.
That's a nice idea, actually.
Yeah. Then on the underneath, working the other way now. I put them on one at a time and do it. These ones, they're big beads, but not always easy to find the holes.
So these are with the faceted crackle quartz, aren't they?
That's it. You could thread them on and wind round, but I prefer to do it individually. So you take your bead and wrap it on, going between the beads you've already got on there.
So you're wrapping on, anchoring on the large ones in between each of the individual multicoloured quartz on your top row.
And if you're beading, if your thread gets tangled, just go backwards to get it out. Go back on the knot.
Don't over pull.
That's right. And then wrap. I just do a couple of times. That's more than enough to anchor it. You might not go through every single gap. You just go in the nearest gap, whether it's slightly in front or slightly behind. Going through the green one now. So that's 3 beads on the bottom, and I'm going around the 4th on the top. So it's just where they fit.
So it doesn't have to be in between each one?
No. No, because you'd have too many beads trying to squash in then, because these are bigger. I just thought it was nice to... Oh, did I do them separate? I alternated actually, so...
But it's nice to show us a different way to do it.
Let's try with some alteration, yeah. Originally I was going to do them all the large ones. Just try to get different colours actually from the ones you've got on the top.
So you can see on this one, we're doing internet. You're doing one of the quartz and then one of the different colours underneath. But just on the one that Nadine's showing you, she's done 3 of the larger quartz, and now she's going to add on a few smaller ones, which just goes to show there's a lot of scope for this, isn't there?
Yeah, in fact I quite like this one actually with the large ones.
I do actually. It draws your eyes in more, doesn't it?
It does. Let's just do...
I want to let you know my hammering block has gone off because I've only got a handful of those left in this bundle. And that was at £8.95 today, so we've taken that off screen now because I've only got a handful left. However, we've still got double figures of your designer inspiration spring scents. Just whilst you're stranding those on there, I'll show you these. You have your Marquise shell, you have that wonderful faceted crackled clear quartz, and you have your multicoloured quartz in the plain beads. As well as that, you've got 1, 2, 5, 10 metres and 100 metres of your 0.4 in the beautiful copper colour. So I have still got some of these left. The code on these, DRGC78. It's £18 and 80 pence saving today on this. That's wonderful. Price matched it from our first designer inspiration. £18, 80 pence saving on this today. £24 and 95 pence.
I just wrap around where it's least likely to be seen as well, so that one went up through the one above, and just space them out.
So you're not pulling it in the wrong direction then, are you?
No, you're not pulling it right across. Can't find the hole. It's much harder in these lights. It's fine at home.
It's always the way.
Yeah. Then I bring, that would actually take another one at that stage, but to keep it balanced I won't add one. Right, what I then do is start adding on down the sides. So catch the wire around.
Okay.
And then it's really, I'm going to pop one up at the top this time to hide the slight gap. Just coming down a little bit down here.
I can see, just to hide it.
Just to sort of balance it, because there's a slight gap at one side of the bib on this one. Then I wrap around the wire, pushing it up to make it as sort of tight as possible. But I'm not going for uniformity that everything has to be wrapped.
No.
Pushing the wire up. Like that, and then I started going through the loop. So I brought the wire up, threading it through quite carefully if it starts to kink. You're just going over the top of the wire and bringing it back through.
And it's nice because you're doing it quite slowly, which means it's not going to kink, is it?
No.
Well, it might, but it's not as easily.
No, that's a good point actually. And if you catch it there and then just pull it through.
It's a really good technique.
Rather than trying to manoeuvre it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of push it with your thumb, keep the tail out of the way, and pull it through.
Because I found when I'm going in with almost the nose of my wire, it can easily kink. It gets looped, but that technique's really, really great.
And then
just
we can start adding a bead.
So do you have any, do you count a certain amount of coils before you add on, or just what you feel?
No, it's just visual, whatever really suits. And also, a little sneaky tip is When it gets a bit difficult wrapping the wire, stick a bead on.
Good, good.
Because there are some
Sneaky,
points
sneaky.
here where you'll find it's a little bit more tricky than others. So again, after you put the bead on, keep it quite taut because you want them to sit well on the wire. And keep going round, pulling the wire through. And at this point, I'll add one of these beautiful marquees. I mean, I'm not following the pattern I've done on that one particularly. I'm just making a pattern on this.
But you can, that's the great thing about this piece, isn't it? You can just add, do as you want.
That's right. Now I would use probably more wire than I'm wrapping with here for demo. I use at least an arm span when I start.
Yeah.
Which was obviously not as much this time. Going round. Then I think a red. In fact, I try not to plan. I just pick up. I check there's not that colour near, and this one I'm going to pop on the inside, just for something different. So hold the bead inside this time and wrap around. Like that. And I'll just do another one. Now, assume I've done lots of wraps, yeah?
Yeah.
Because otherwise I don't think I can do it in the time. Let's just take it to... So you would normally, you'd keep wrapping around and you'd bring the bead somewhere a bit further over. I'm just doing a few wraps to get it to where I need it.
Keep it in place. Can camera 2 pick that up, can it? If I just hold it up a little bit. Is that what you want? That's it. If you hold it up a little bit. Yeah, we can see perfectly now.
So it's wrapping around. Obviously you wouldn't leave it loose like this.
No,
and when you wrap, just push down with your fingers to push it closer.
Yeah. It's beautiful because they look like, especially the drop, it looks like it's just suspending magically.
That's right. That's what I like about it. So just keep wrapping, and you bring your, as I say, it's a bit harder on the hands pushing it through, but it's a bit easier on the wire. I'll keep that one in the middle. And then I'd go up to the top and wrap around and continue wrapping around, and then come down here. Probably leave a bit of a gap. This gets easier here because you can start wrapping like this.
I see.
Once you get to the bit with the loop on the end, you can go quite quickly and get quite a lot done.
So perhaps that might be a good tip for newbies to wire work. Perhaps don't do as many loops.
Just do the straighter bits.
Just do straighter bits maybe.
Or
to
there's
start
nothing
with.
wrong with keeping bits of the wire clear because you've hammered it, so it looks pretty.
Nice textured, yeah.
So you could do them, finish them off, and start somewhere else.
That's a good tip.
So if
good
you're new
tip.
to it, have a go that way.
Yeah.
Just tuck your ends in and
Squidge.
just squidge, as we say.
Squidge.
And then you don't get the sharp ends.
A squidge is when you get your flat nose pliers and you squidge them together and it locks all of the wires in place, doesn't it?
That's right. There, so I've just done that quickly. And here I'll probably pop another marquise on because I think they're lovely.
They are beautiful, those marquise, aren't they? And they're quite delicate in a way because they're 16 by 8 mil, the white shell. But they work so perfectly with this.
They are. They're beautiful. And I like them going different ways. Now I might put a bead on there, but I think I'm going to keep that wire clear because I think it's very pretty.
I like that section. And it's nice with the, you know, this is called spring scents, isn't it? Obviously it's really springy colours. But I think with those marquees, especially the way you're working with them here, it almost looks like leaves on a vine.
Yeah, that's
and
what I
these
wanted.
little buds, isn't it? It's such a beautiful piece.
Now I haven't put any of the large quartz on because I wanted the colours, as you say, it is that effect of little buds and leaves and things, and I just thought the big ones have their place on the top there. They look lovely, and I put them on the side going up the neck, and just add a couple more and that side's done. Another marquise, because they work so well on the bottom bits where they drop down. And what colour would you like? The bottom.
Oh, I don't know. Let's do a blue. I love that blue.
Oh, isn't it beautiful?
It's almost like sky blue, isn't it, on a beautiful spring day?
It's definitely a spring blue.
Yeah.
And I don't go around the coil at the end. I just finish it there.
That's stunning.
If you go right to the end, I think you'd probably end up losing your wire, but these bits are quite easy to wrap because you can just go round the coil. You're not trying to thread through.
In, doesn't it?
And then, like all the others, it's a quick snip close to the wire, and
snip and squidge. This is the squidge we were discussing earlier for newbies.
Let's press it down and kind of bend it with the wire, with the end of the wire. Bend it, go with it to press it in. So I'm slightly, obviously be careful about marking, but this wire doesn't seem to mark at all. It's very durable.
Yeah.
So that's one side, and if these are a little bit loose, you can always just twist them a bit, and then that's much more solid.
Yeah. That's perfect. That's a great shot. Perfect.
So that's one side of it.
Lovely. So
Shall I do the
this
next
section?
Yeah.
So you're going to show us the...
because that side you do exactly the same, and again, because there's not so many loops, that's quite quick because you can just...
So this is the section we've just seen. It looks like a bee. Oh, this could be for me, couldn't it? And then we're heading up here to do our neckline section next.
So, where shall I pop that? Shall I?
That's all right, I can hold on to that for you. Zoink. Beautiful, thank you.
Right. So that was 24 inches of wire. For the length I've done there, I cut 2 sections of 10-inch wire.
10-inch.
Not quite 30 centimetres, is it? It's
Yes, just under.
It's just under.
Just under.
So 10 inches. And
it's about 25, 26 centimetres, isn't it, I think?
First thing I did was to put the loop and the hook and eye on. Just going to straighten this out at the end to get rid of where it was cut it flush, nice like that, and take the pliers, and again it's quite a big loop there and quite thick wire, so I want quite a large loop, so I went quite near the end of the pliers and just did a loop. Now on doing a loop like that on lower gauge wire, I would bend it to a right angle and then do the loop.
Yeah.
It's a little bit easier on this just to do the loop and kind of tweak it.
I see.
So you end up with that.
I see.
So that's the loop that's going to hook onto that end.
Yep.
And at the other end we do the hook and the eye.
Yep.
And can I just,
do you want me to spin it for you?
Spin it slightly. Yeah, same idea.
Yeah.
Can't remember. That's flat, so the eye will have to be going the other way, if that makes sense. Well, we'll turn it at the end possibly, but I tend to do it more sideways at that stage, and then just bend it back with my hand. So we'll tweak that when we come to finish it. So that's your loop. Then same with the other one. One loop, bending the wire, and those will open like gates and clip onto that when we're finished.
And why is it important to open it like a gate?
Because if you don't, you're going to pull it out of shape. So you open it sideways, so you're keeping the circle shape, not taking the circle apart and putting it back.
Yeah, I see.
Now with the hook at the other end, because it's so strong, all you need to do is bend the wire. That's all you have to do. So I just did a hook by bending it over. It is strong. And then I took the other end and I did a little kink up. This is harder because it's trying to get it at the end. And a little kink up. And once I'd done that, I would suggest filing it. Or if you've got the little tool that's the wire rounding tool. That's perfect.
The one that you get in the... Have you got any in the large toolkit, do we? No. We've got little files in there though, haven't you?
Yeah,
that you can use.
yes. And then just keep turning it, but I do like to just get rid of that sharp point before I finish turning it.
I see.
It's just a personal preference. I mean, it's tucked fairly well in there. And then I just tend to just kink it slightly to make it a hook.
Yeah.
And those are your 2 bits ready to bead.
Ready to bead.
So, again, it's take a long length
Off your 0.4.
of your 0.4. And with the 0.4, I always pop it back in when I've taken some off so it doesn't go everywhere. Anchor it back into the spool. I haven't taken a massively long piece for demo purposes. Now I start at the end with the hook, and although there is a gap there, it does catch it quite well by going around at that point. In fact, I'll just close the gap as much as I can so that it's catching that wire, and that's anchoring it. And then we started with the 2 quartz. Anchor that wire on. I would then actually cut the end to get it out of the way, because I'm not doing swirls or anything with it. You could do if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So I'm just using it as a completely straight. There, wire anchored on, ready to bead. So again, we have to add 1 bead at a time really, because there's quite a gap in between the beads. Now I did some swirls up first, so let's just get the swirls going. Again, it's just going round the wire.
Can I have a go on your other one?
You can have a go on this one.
Do you mind?
You can have a go on this one.
Oh right, yeah, go on then.
And there you
Because
go.
it looks really simple.
There you go.
So I'm just coiling it together.
Just over the, just literally round and round and round the wire. Pulling the tension, and then every so often just push it along with your thumb to
Squidge it up.
coil it. Yes.
Oh yeah.
And
Do you know what I love about this? It's quite relaxing, isn't it?
it is.
It's
This is the
not-
sort of thing you can do in front of the telly or when you're chatting to people. And I know some people that get together and do beading, which is nice. We all meet up sometimes and
Oh, that's
do some
nice.
beading.
And do a little catch up.
Yeah, so it's chatting more than perhaps beading, but it's
Hey, it's
still
it's
achieved.
often the way. I used to go to a group called Knit Natter. I used to knit and natter,
Knit and
but there was more natter than knit, if I'm honest. So how often do you add on your gemstone?
I did it about every inch.
Okay. Got quite a long tail on this. Can you work it on the reel? No, I suppose not, because you need to thread, don't
You can until you get to your first bead.
Yeah.
So yes. That's good.
Thanks.
Really good.
It's so relaxing, and you're right, it is a kind of you can do it whenever.
That's
isn't
right.
it?
The one thing to watch out
you carry
for, especially for those just doing this maybe for the first time, is to keep each wire next to the other one, not over the top.
Not over the top of it. I
So
see.
just next to them, just building up, next. and just pulling it and keeping the tension just to
So
get
it's
that nice.
almost a gizmo type coil effect, isn't it?
It is. If you didn't want to sit and do this, you could make gizmo coils. I've said before that I've made this
I'll
wire.
let you carry on
actually.
now. I just really wanted to get involved.
This wire is perfect for actually making a gizmo. Just take the same shape that you've got on your, already on your gizmo,
Yeah.
which is the rod with the
The
bar.
rod, yeah.
Make that shape, pop this in the gizmo and use it.
That's really useful.
Yes.
That's a really good tip.
And then you
Use
can
the 125.
yeah, make a whole coil, cut it into inch pieces, pop some on, pop a bead, pop some on, pop a bead.
Love that idea.
So that's another way of doing it, and that wire is great for that because it's really quite chunky.
Yes.
Work with as long as you can, but you can always add in just by, as we did at the last one when we finished it, you just snip it off. Sorry, it's hard to coil and not get it. So let's pop a bead on at this point.
And
I'll
it's
show
nice
you.
because you've popped on some of the large ones, some of the 10mm faceted colours, but you've also used some of the dainty coloured ones too, haven't you?
Yeah, you can do it whichever way you want, really. You could have just the colours.
And you've done that relatively symmetrically.
I did. The first one I made, because I made one as a practice one, with my own beads, which were very similar, but slightly different colours, and I made those symmetrical. So I had a blue, a red, going up the side, and I thought, no, that's not really the effect I want. I just want it random, like flowers. When you go into a garden, you don't see 2 yellows at the same height and 2
No,
pinks
you don't.
at the same
That's
height. So I
completely
thought,
right.
let's just, you can get quite fast at this by just doing it like this and then squishing it down, but make sure you keep the tension and not too big a gap or you'll end up with it bubbling. So it's like that all the way up.
That's beautiful. And have you, if I just look at the back here, I see that you've actually carried on the wraparound all the way into the beautiful
Yep, go right up to where the
shepherd hook.
The shepherd hook, almost to the end. But I would suggest do it once you've done the hook, because otherwise when you bend the hook you're going to bend the coils and they'll go misshapen.
I see.
So it is a little bit fiddly because you have to start, well it's not actually, because you've always
still
got a
got the
gap to
gap,
go
haven't
through.
you?
It's just when you come down this side. Don't go right to the end though, where it hooks back up, don't go, or if you've not put the hook and you found the wire a bit tough and you've cut it off, just make sure you stop half a centimetre away.
I see.
Otherwise I think it could unroll, or the end might catch.
I see.
See, this can be quite quick. You probably don't need me to do them all, do you? I'll just show you another one. I'll show you a coloured one now, just to contrast. And you just pull it tight, hold the bead on at the same direction. Wrapping it round, pushing it down, wrapping it round, pushing it down. Yeah, do you want me to
That's
do more,
beautiful.
or?
That's perfect. No, I think you've illustrated that perfectly. You just do that all the way up. As you can see, it goes all the way along this beautiful necklace, all the way up to the back.
And
Stunning.
the pattern I did was 2 large quartz and then 4 small quartz.
On each side. But
Each
you mix
side.
the colours again, which is
Yeah,
brilliant, isn't
yeah.
it? That's fab. Now, talk us through what you've done on this beautiful, absolutely gorgeous pendant.
Oh, that one.
It's almost got a dream catcher like feel to it, doesn't it?
It does.
Just talk us through quickly what you did with that one.
I used the 1.25
Yeah.
wire, and I used tea light
Oh, to get the shape.
to get the shape. I
Good
wrapped it
tip.
around the tea light, and where the 2 wires came together, just wrapped 1 wire round to secure it, leaving quite a large end at the other end,
Mm-hmm. I
just
see.
to do the
Spiral.
loop. I did this. Oh yeah, both ends were left at that stage. One became the loop and wrapped around, and the other one became a spiral.
Yeah.
and then I took the 0.4 wire and I anchored it at one point on the circle, and I took it across the circle, anchored it at the other side, but I didn't go sort of left, right, left, right. I started going randomly.
I see.
So that it made a sort of web, sort of crisscross effect.
I know.
And once I'd got a fairly substantial base, I started adding on the beads and continuing that pattern. So I did a bit of a base first, then added beads, and then tried to take the wire always between every bead, not across the top of them or anything. And then just threaded it onto ribbon.
The ribbon works with it perfectly.
Well, I
doesn't it?
thought
That
at the end of the day, you could make a chain, but it's quite an elaborate pendant, so a simple ribbon.
I like that. And then, which one of these do you absolutely love? Which ones would you like to wear, or do you particularly enjoy the most?
Well, I do tend to wear some of these big dramatic necklaces, especially with a low cut dress.
Yeah.
I always do. You don't have to make that big one quite so dramatic. You could make it with less of the swirls down the way, or you could just have it with the beads going across the middle.
Yes.
And then that's quite a practical everyday type necklace.
That is actually, yeah.
So I did it with all the swirls, which maybe you wouldn't wear that all the time, but I probably would, because I love those.
Like a bit over the top, bit of drama.
Yes,
drama.
Definitely.
And talk me through, because these caught my eye before when we were in the side gallery product room. I said, are we doing those earrings today? I love them. These earrings are so beautiful.
Really, really
I
simple.
adore them.
Really simple. I started with the marquise.
Yeah.
Threaded the wire through the marquise and put it in the middle. Took the 3 quartz, put them onto both bits of wire.
Yeah.
And then made a loop, and I think I made the loop from both bits for strength as well.
I can see it's coming up into this beautiful little heart shape.
Yeah.
I think that's adorable.
I then took another piece of 0.4, wrapped it round the top and in the middle again, so I had 2 ends, and the ends I just bent into a heart shape and anchored them at the bottom on top of the marquise and finished with a swirl.
They're so nice. Really wearable, and they're light as well, because I had a little pick up of them before, and I was playing with them before. Couldn't help myself. They're really light, really wearable. Sometimes with drop earrings they can be quite heavy, but they're not at all.
No, they're not.
Beautiful. And I adore these. Are so modern.
They're just a piece of wire with I've hammered the end.
But they're so modern. You haven't got any spacer holding these on, nothing. You've not used the extra findings in here. Of course, you've got the shepherd hooks.
Yes.
But other than that, it's held in place.
Held in place. That's just flattening the wire. But top tip is just do them together. Don't hammer them together, but do them at the same time. And when you go a centimetre on one hammered, hammer a centimetre on the other. Otherwise, the bead's going to be at different lengths. I think they're pretty similar.
Unless
you can always cut a bit off, but to be honest, once you start cutting it off, you can. I don't know. It loses some of the effect, because it kind of rounds the wire a bit when you hammer it.
Yeah, I see. I've got the hammer and block here if you do want to create that look. I've got a handful of these left in the moment. This is your steel block and chasing hammer. You've seen perfectly Nadine demonstrated exactly how we use this to create her piece, and then as she said, to create those beautiful earrings. I'm going to have a go at creating those because I think they're beautiful. Treat yourself to these today. Your price special offer for both, it was just £8.95 for you today for the hammer and the block. And why is it important to use the block?
Well, steel against steel as well, I guess, with the hammer. I wouldn't like to hammer my table.
No, true.
But I think it's for the resistance that it gives. And it's going to flatten it beautifully that way.
Giving your work back.
I mean, I've never really thought about it, but now you've asked me, I guess it is because of the metal against the metal when you hammer, and flattening it without marking it.
And we've got something coming up in the next hour that you're going to want to use that on. Those stamps I was talking about earlier. Last of stock on the stamps, so we've got that coming up in a little bit. Now we have had some questions in, but some of them are on Facebook and things like that, and we can't actually put those up. One person's just asking, where do you get your ideas from?
Quite often it evolves. I have an idea, and as I look at the beads and the gemstones, I tend to sometimes just change it completely to go with the stones, but a lot of my ideas come from things like nature, and I do like going through museums and things, and some of the classic pieces that you see in museums, very elaborate, you know, dating back to whenever, when they use gemstones and gold and things, and they inspire me too. And sometimes just looking through books. I mean, the treble clef was my kid's music book. I was tidying up for him, and I thought, oh, I can make those from wire.
I love that idea. I think that's so brilliant. We have had a couple of messages that have been webbed in, so we can show you those. This is from Sean. It said, that will make a stunning tiara, the bottom piece. Sean, did you see me when the camera was off me and I was doing this? The camera was off and I was trying it on my head and I was trying to look in the camera.
That's a great idea.
Isn't it? If you had a few more, really ornate, quite avant-garde
Well, it makes almost
tiara.
like a headband style as well, which is fantastic.
Sean,
Great idea.
we're one person right now. Like a really avant-garde over the top. I love that idea.
Yeah, I do.
We have got another one that we can just squeeze in just before the break. This one says, that is such a good price for the hammer and block. Cost me double elsewhere.
Cost me more.
Did it? Did it?
Yes. Well, I
you've got them
bought
today.
the block as an individual item, which is still was a good price because I got it from here. But as individual items, they're a lot more. So buy them when they come up together, definitely.
Buy them when you get a chance. Producer Kirsty's just said that she's paid double figures for her block alone. You've got a block and hammer here in single figures, £8.95. If you liked that little ditty I just gave you about Kirsty then, buying an expensive block, well, you're going to love our final hour because it's everything Kirsty. It is our producer's picks. Everything that Kirsty, as a past guest designer, as you know, she used to work in the wedding trade, she used to work in the shop here as well. She's putting all the pieces that she, as a guest designer and as someone who's worked here, absolutely loves and tells a little story. So do wait for that time with us, because I've got in there some of your stamps, and I've got in that hour a fair few star buys for you. So how's your challenge going?
I've just about finished one piece.
Okay.
And I'm trying to come up with some inspiration for the next.
Ooh, well, do not forget, please, that bundle I'll be recapping on it a bit later on, but we had in there the opal, we also had the agate, and we had the beautiful, thank you Kaz, you're a little love, the beautiful amethyst in this lavender colour. We'll be coming back to the wonderful Nadine in probably about 45 minutes. No pressure to see exactly what she's managed to whip up with these. But before that, after this short break, it is producers' picks. Your stamps, they're back in. I'm limited stock. I've got strands galore and so much more in presenters' pick after this very short break. See you then.
Join jewellery maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Today I've been on the Wirework for Beginners course and it's been really helpful to me. I've bought wire and I've bought tools and not really had the confidence to use it because I'd feel like I was wasting it. So to come along and be shown exactly what to do and have one-to-one tuition has been brilliant for me, and it's really given me the confidence to go ahead with my jewellery making now.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. We all know you need the right tools for the job, so here at JewelleryMaker we have designed a kit to make sure you have all the essentials to join in with the fun. With round nose, flat nose and wire cutter pliers, as well as a reamer, tweezers and a bead scoop, you've got everything you need in one place for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Join JewelleryMaker this Thursday at 11:30 AM for our Findings Frenzy. Make sure you're tuned in because you won't want to miss out on this amazing offer.
Brand new kit.
It's a brand new kit.
Brand new kit.
It's a brand new kit. It's a brand new kit. Yeah!
Welcome back to Designer Inspirations. Yes, it's her Cheshire Cat face again, smiling beautifully behind me. This is my producer. That is my producer. That is the wonderful Kirsty. Do you recognise her face? She doesn't really like this picture. Do you recognise it? Crime Watch, you know the one. This is my producer Kirsty. You may well recognise her shining face. She used to be a guest designer on this channel and she's worked with us for many years, and now she's gone over to the producer side of town and she is now my beautiful producer. Now this hour is all about her. She is bringing you everything she loves to work with, everything she has worked with and enjoyed in the past, including... They're back. Your letter stampers are in the building. I've got low quantity though. Annoying, right? This is the last set that we've got of these. I have how many? Did you say 30 before? Or was I making that up? 30 of each we have. You have your uppercase and you've got your lowercase letters. I'll be bringing these to you and showing you exactly what to do with these. We'll do a mini stamp section very soon. As well as that, I've got 2-star buys for you coming up in this time. Your 2-star buys here, you've got this beautiful pink amethyst. It's almost a very light lilac, but it is a pink really. And your scapolite. Have you ever seen scapolite before? Don't worry if not, I'll be telling you all about it. I absolutely adore this gemstone. This will be coming, both of these will be coming to you in the next 60 minutes. Now, where are we going to start, producer Kirsty? These ones are producer Kirsty's favourites because of the cut. This is 95 carats worth of your iolite. Tell me exactly what it is you're loving about these, Kirst. She loves the denim blue hues. And because they are graduated into the sources, they're flattened at the end, which gives you a little bit extra on your pieces. It is a graduated strand from 5x2 all the way to 9x4. Kirsty, what is it about iolite in particular, apart from the colour, that you like? She said it's a gemstone she didn't know about until she discovered JewelleryMaker. So she was really happy to get her hands on it. It is a wonderful... What do you think of iolite, Nadine?
very sparkly. I love it, yes.
Very.
I have got some at home, but I haven't worked with it yet.
Have you not? What are you thinking of doing with this?
I think I don't know, I think I'd do a bracelet with that because it's just so delicate and nice, and a nice silver clasp, I think.
Silver clasp. Yeah, I'm with you. I like to put blues and silver together. Quite often I do. It's beautiful. Let's take a look at your price on this, shall we? £14.95 is your current web price, but it's not going to stay there. It's our designer inspiration. We want to give you every penny off we possibly can. Your price today is just £9.95. It is not £14.95, it's £9.95 for our producer's pick. Get your hands on this strand for under a tenner. 90 carats, 95 carats worth of the iolite you're getting here. What an absolute goodie. It's a beautiful strand today at £9.95. Oh, that's touching. Producer Kirsty says that she's picked this one because it reminds her of her favourite presenter, me. It's opal! This is your Ethiopian opal. 60 carats worth you have in total here. Now, Ethiopian opal is a really interesting gemstone. You can see how it has this almost milky-like opalescence in some of these, especially the ones nearer to the end. This opalescence that you have, when I say opalescence, I mean almost it looks like a milky luster to you. However, when you get it home and look at it under your lights, you'll be able to see that as you move it around, it almost has this pleochrismic colour change effect to it. I can see a lot of yellow, lots of pinks. I've got bursts of fiery tones in here as well. Get this home to really get the full impact of it, because truly it's got a special effect to it. Ethiopian opal is really interesting too, because as a gemstone itself from that location, the Ethiopian opal itself has a bit of a different colour play, a little bit of a different internal structure to the ones you might be used to seeing in, say, Australia or other parts of the world that we get opal from a lot. But Ethiopian opal was actually only brought to market around 22 years ago. So it really is a new gemstone to be able to get your hands on, which is always a lot of fun, isn't it? As well as the beautiful opalescence, you've also got on with this fire opal tones running through here. But with your fire opal, sometimes it can be a bit almost a deep brown, can't it? This is much more of a mustard, almost the skin of a grapefruit. It's got that kind of popping tone to it. Absolutely beautiful. I am obsessed with opal. It's such a beautiful gemstone. It takes Mother Nature so long to build this up, and I think with Ethiopian in particular, when you get these beautiful opalescent hues with this pleochrismic luster and effect to them, it's wonderful because you can almost imagine the silica-based substance seeping into these gaps and solidifying into this beautiful strand. 60 carats you're getting in total. It is graduated from 8x7 all the way to 10x8. It's a 20 centimetre strand. This is genuine opal. Everyone knows the name opal. Everyone adores it. Let's take a look at your price today. Stop. £9.95 for genuine opal. I did not know we were having it at that price. Oh, okay, it's because we've only got 40 in stock, so we're giving you a clearance price on this. £9.95. Plenty of you on the phones for this. Get this home, have a little play, send them into the Wall of Fame, and then I can have a little bit of a drool over them. £9.95 on this beautiful strand today. I've only got 40 in stock though. Do get it home, because truly, you know, sometimes I say to you, don't know, the lights in here, you can't quite catch it that well as you can to the eye, and you know that's right, especially with certain gemstones. You're getting it with this. At the end, you've got the beautiful, delicate tones, but you're not getting anywhere near as much of the beautiful colour change as I am getting here to my eye. These ones at the end, honestly, as I'm spinning it, I can see right now a really, really hot, fiery orange. I can see a beautiful, really bright, almost cerise pink. I'm getting pops of blue, a lot of orange and pinks and yellows through here. Genuinely, please do get this strand home. In fact, I might come and show you, Nadine.
Oh, yes.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
I'll come and show you. I want to see what you can see, because I want people at home to get this beautiful mixture of tones that you're getting. Can you see in the end here?
It's almost fluorescent, isn't it?
Isn't it? You see how it's changing colour?
That is what I think opal should be.
Isn't it?
Sort of those sort of opaly colours. Yeah. Beautiful.
Can you see exactly what I mean?
Yeah. How much?
£9.95.
That is absolutely brilliant. I love them.
Because aren't you getting that perfect opalescence?
Yes, absolutely. And those ones are more opaque, but they're a real mixture. And the yellow one.
You like that
beautiful,
strand
aren't
too?
they? Oh, can I? Yeah.
I know, you have to fight me for it. £9.95. That's your price today. Thanks, Nadine. 60 carats of your Ethiopian opal. It's genuine opal for under a tenner. How many have I got in stock right now? 27, my lucky number. Ooh, maybe I'll get my hands on them then, probably not. £9.95, 60 carats worth of your Ethiopian opal. Honestly, get them home, because as you've heard Nadine say, the plate of colour you're getting is stunning. It really is. Let's bring you another goodie, shall we? Oh, your Jasper. Now tell me exactly, Kirsty, why you've popped these in here. Jasper and agate. Just making it worse now. Jasper and agate are her go-to gemstones. They're always in producer Kirsty's stash, apparently. And she absolutely loves the colours in this strand in particular. A whopping 405 carats worth of your African jasper in these plain rounds. They always have a picture jasper look to them, don't they? You can almost see landscapes on some of them, and that's one of the great things. That's why a lot of people absolutely adore jasper, isn't it? Because it's said, as we said earlier, a lot of them are named after the locations that they were found, or they're named after locations that they look like or what they offer you to view. And you can see this is African jasper, and can't you see almost these beautiful sandy hot tones running in each of them? These are your 12mm plain rounds. What's our price, Kirsty? £8.95 for you today for 405 carat. You've got an absolute wealth on this strand. You really do. This with golds and antiques bronze, just really highlighting everything. And the pinky bronze. Rose gold. £8.95. It's really delectable strand. Ooh. This is currently one of Kirsty's fave gemstones. It's got to be one of mine as well. It's not near opal yet, but it's up there. It's top 5 definitely. This, take a look. I brought this to you a few weeks ago, sorry, but I've only got literally a handful of this Herkimer quartz yet left. Now, we wanted to bring it on air again just to give you a last minute chance, because the picture on the website does not do this strand justice. Now, your Herkimer quartz is a really interesting quartz because it is double terminated. That means that when it's growing, it has naturally 2 sides that are essentially faceted, and you've got that in each of these. It's really rare to find that in a gemstone, but that's what this Herkimer does bring to you. Now, these are from the Herkimer mine, which is found in New York, and you can actually go and have a tour around the mines itself if you're in the area. They do have a mine that you can actually go in and see where these are found. Now, if you're going to do some research on this, you know, we we say to you, do research. If you're trying to sell your pieces on, it's great that you have a bit of background knowledge, isn't it? If you're going to research this, and if you type in Herkimer quartz, you might get 1 or 2 pieces of information, 1 or 2 websites. These are known as, in the trade, over the world, Herkimer diamonds. The reason we call them quartz is because they're part of the quartz family and we don't want to cause confusion. However, when you're researching them, research Herkimer diamond, because that's exactly what these are. Now, the most valuable Herkimer diamonds, Herkimer quartz, come from the Herkimer mine in New York City, New York. And that is exactly where this strand is from. It's Herkimer diamond, 110 carats worth. It's your graduated faceted nuggets. Let's take a look at the price. This is your price, £14.95. That's the price for this Herkimer diamond strand. Or is it? £9. Oh no, it's happened again. Kirsty's literally kicking herself right now. The gremlins are back, you know what happens. In fact, it was that price last time. I wonder if it's something to do with that price. She is fuming. Look at her stomping in. Not that you stomp. All right, sorry, she glides in. Hiya. What's up? What are you here for?
I just want to reiterate that is not on purpose. It's really not on purpose.
Explain to us what happens when that happens.
What happens is the graphics load the pre-auction price, which is the $14.95. That's the current web price that you can buy it for off the web using that code currently at the moment. But what happens is I have a little box that I can type how much I want this strand to go for, and today that was $9.95 because that was the price
which
that
is
me
why
and
I was about to say
$9.95. But sometimes with this new graphic system it doesn't like me typing particular prices in, and that's why it's brought it back up at $14.95. But that now means that I can only get that price to go down any further than $14.95, that side, $14.95, by taking another £1 off. So that's what I've got to go and do now. So this is $8.95, lowest ever price that this gemstone strand has been. And if there's any left, I will definitely be buying some more when I get home. But I doubt it very much.
It's a bit awkward, isn't it? You go switch the price.
Bye.
It's not £14.95 today. You know it's going to go down to $8.95. Genuinely, we don't do this on purpose. We are completely honest with you. We are saying to you, there's a technical issue. We've had to take it down. It's not £14.95. The price today is just £8.95. There is a... Oh, guys at home, why do you do this to her? Kirsty is beautiful. So you're going to get beautiful prices. Oh, Maureen, you're so lovely. Just pop your glasses on next time. No, she's beautiful, isn't she? And she is a wonderful producer, and she's bringing us some wonderful prices, if slightly by accident, at £8.95 on this today. If you're doing your research, look for Herkimer diamonds, because that's exactly what this is. The wonderful thing with this gemstone is, just want to say, there is a queue on the phone. Trust it's worth it. You ain't going to get it at that price ever again. Unless something weird happens, like the graphics go again. You won't be getting that in again. In fact, we don't even have any left, so you won't get it in again at £8.95. Kirsty, I'm probably not going to get any, hon. The wonderful thing with this gemstone is not only is it known as Herkimer diamond, not only is it double terminated, meaning that it has the two naturally sort of faceted sides, but also it's a really interesting gemstone because the temperature it actually grows at, it's around 200 degrees C, which is ridiculously low. If you think about it, that's the price of, you know, most of your ovens, isn't it? Go way past that. So a lot of the temperatures that we're looking at will be easily around 600, 800 degrees C sometimes. 200 degrees C this gemstone grows at. I think that's really interesting. I've got people multi-buying on these, not even slightly surprised, at £8.95. It's your Herkimer diamond quartz single figures. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check it out, because I've got people on the phone for this, and I'm in single figures. Get your hands on this today at a ridiculously happily low £8.95. Whilst we're getting over that price mix up, let's bring you another great deal, shall we, with our star buy. This is your strand of scapolite. I don't know if you've seen it before, if you're new to us, or perhaps you just haven't seen it on the shows before. It is a beautiful gemstone. Take a look at these faceted rondelles. Now, scapolite itself, you'll be able to see it's got these really deep tones to it. It's been on air a couple of times, but not that often. Now, this is, the name itself, scapo, comes from the word meaning rod. And that's due to the structure and how it's built up. It builds up in almost this rod-like structure, giving it this prismatic shape in the actual crystal formation, if you see what I mean. Its structure is really unusual. Only 2 other gemstones in the world grow in this way. So it's a really unusual gemstone. If I can show you it, I just want to see if you can get a mixture of the colours a little bit better. These are graduated colours. So you can see you've got some really dark ruby reds. You've got almost smoky quartz almost. You've got garnet tones at the end, and then you've got real jet colours at this side as well. You've got 85 carats worth in this strand, and it truly is cherished by gem collectors and jewellery connoisseurs. Absolutely adore this strand. Lots of people have it in its raw form as something to show, really, something to show off. It's a really interesting gemstone as well, because some people believe that it was first discovered in Burma. However, there's another sort of school of thought that believe it was first found off in one of the Egyptian islands, that's the St. John's Island. It was known as Topazios as well back in the day, but its names have changed over times. So it's quite unusual. I can't think of any other gemstone that no one's totally exactly sure where it was first discovered. These are your graduated faceted rondelles, and these are from 4x2 all the way to 7x5 mil. They are seductively sparkly. They've got a beautiful richness. The way that they grow is unlike many others, and it's something that collectors, if you're a collector yourself, you'll definitely have heard of this gemstone. Lots of collectors on the phone, Kirsty's just told me. Lots of collectors on the phone, because you know exactly what this is, don't you? You know exactly what this gemstone means and exactly what you're looking for. When you're looking for a beautiful example of this gemstone and you have got it in this strand, definitely get this home, because you have got the ruby tones, you've got the garnet tones, you've got almost a smoky quartz colouring through here. It is colour graduated, as you can see perfectly. If you aren't a jewellery collector, or perhaps you haven't heard of this gemstone before, get the gemstone, do your research, because I've got low figures, so don't do your research first. You won't have time, because I have got low figures for this. Get the gemstone, do your research, and you'll be amazed at what's out there. Honestly, the structure of this and just the way Mother Nature has created it it's so unique. It's wonderful. Let's take a look at your price on this gemstone, shall we? £10.95. You don't have to be a collector to afford that, do you? £10.95 to get your hands on 85 carats worth of scapolite. This is your opportunity to get your hands on it and add a really rare gemstone onto your strand. Scapolite for me is a little bit like gemstones that maybe 10 years ago you didn't hear of. So for example, your tanzanite, 10 years ago some people might not have heard that name. It was obviously, you were still able to purchase it 10 years ago, but some people didn't really know that much about it maybe. It's one of those that over time, as it becomes more and more popular, people will become more aware of it. So it's great that you can get your hands on it at a wonderful price. It's a great chance for you to show off a little bit and say you were one of the first to get it off Jewellerymaker. £10.95 for this today. Get your hands on it now, do your research. It's a beautiful strand for just £10.95. I'm going to have to leave this with you because I'm in low double figures on this. I'm going to have to leave it with you. Do stay there though. If you're on the phone now, you're definitely going to have the chance to get your hands on this at £10.95. Ooh. This strand makes Kirsty happy. Like that, does it? That's what she's just sung in my ear. Oh, I know that. Don't you worry. I know what makes you happy. This is your citrine. 35 carats worth of this shaded citrine in the graduated plain rondelles. Tell me exactly why you love this so much, Kirsty. Why does it make you happy? Says it's because a lot of the citrine we have on is faceted, which she likes, but she loves it a bit plain. It's nice to have something a bit plain sometimes to work with, she says. Little drops of honey. She can imagine Winnie the Pooh dropping his finger into these. She's just gone, I love Winnie the Pooh. You got in here. You've got in here whiskey tones, honey tones, your perfect honeys. These are your plain rondelles. What would you think of doing with these as a guest designer, Kirsty? These would have to go in a bit of a soutache. If you haven't joined us last week, you might not have heard about this. Kirsty now has a bit of a problem with soutache, as in she's become a little bit obsessed with it. She had a go at it a few weeks ago and now she can't even put it down. Every morning, normally she'll get a picture of like her daughter out, Ruby, and be like, oh look what she did at the weekend. Now it's like, look at me soutache. It's becoming a problem. She's really loving it at the moment, and she says, shockingly enough, she'd use these in that. But I think you're right, it would go beautifully with that. Tiara technique, this would go fab with, wouldn't it? Let's take a look at the price on MOS F87. £11.95 is your current web price, but let's take a couple of cheeky pounds off, shall we? It's always glowing away, isn't it? If we take a couple of cheeky pounds off, your price stays just £9.95. That's all you're going to be paying for this today. What a wonderful treat for you. You can see the colouring. This is zoned as well, isn't it, by the looks of things? Beautiful strand. £9.95. It is your shaded citrine. Ooh, serpentine. Beautiful. I told you earlier on, didn't I, that we were going to have this in. The markings in this are absolutely exceptional. Take a look at this strand of serpentine for me. 200 carats worth of this. It's got almost zebra printing effect, hasn't it? Kirsty says that's the reason her eye was drawn to this. She loves this zebra print effect. Now the gemstone itself is made up of several different minerals. One of them is antigrite, another one is your lizardrite, which I said earlier on, didn't I? The first place that lizardrite was found was in Cornwall, in England. Jolly old Cornwall. And it's kind of got those tones to it, doesn't it? These beautiful green field-like tones. If you have a look, some of these are so zebra. That one is so, that is a ring for me. Because they're 15 mil, they fit perfectly as a ring, don't they? These really are a bit of a show-off strand, and it's 200 carats worth. What would you think of doing with these ones, Nadine? Do you like them?
Yes, I do. I think you're right. A ring would be great.
Yeah. What wire would you do with them?
I'm not sure. Do you know, I think I'd probably go for antique bronze.
Yes, I like that idea.
Yeah, just
Bit of warmth.
Yes, and they complement each other then.
Yeah.
But that would also be lovely on a necklace with some other things, just as a sort of feature every so often.
I like that idea. Hey, what about
are they strung on the corner? I can't.
They are, yeah. They're centre corner drilled.
Oh yes, I love necklaces with those that coming down. That's an effect I really like.
Why do you like that effect?
Because it's different. I tend to like to think a bit outside the box as well when I do designs. So anything that's not plain round or is going to sit differently, I love to have a play with.
It's good to have a bit of fun with. Do you know what I might think of putting this with wire wise? Well, I like that turquoise wire you had on before. In that kit.
That would go.
Yeah. Bit controversial, but all the chartreuse. You said you like the chartreuse as well, didn't you?
Oh, it's my favourite. I love that. Yeah, that would be perfect. Don't know if
There's so much fun to be had with this. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? Whoa, £6.95. That's all you've got to pay for this whole strand. For some reason, I had £8.95 in my head. I do not know why, but you were going to do it at that, but you took it down, apparently. £6.95 for you on this wonderful strand. It's beautiful, it's fun. Imagine as cufflinks, as a pair of cufflinks. I could see that. If you haven't worked with serpentine before, this could be a great chance to give it a go, because at that price it's wonderful, but also you've got quite sizable pieces, so you wouldn't really need that many. £6.95 on this for you today. This is the wonderful Kirsty's favourite agate variety. It is your Botswana agate. Say that to me again, Kirst. She says this gemstone makes her laugh because of the banding. It's got really nice pure whites. You've got misty greys in here, pops of yellowy orange. 180 carats worth in here of your Botswana puffy coins, 14 by 14 mil. It's quite a lengthy strand actually, if I just show you. Sorry for getting my hand in. Every single one is completely unique. A little gift from Mother Nature herself, totally unique. And some of them actually are really unusual. There's some, you see this one here with almost an arrow heading set into it. That arrow shape's completely opaque but then transparent at either side. It's really unusual to see something like that in agate. Some of these are like, you know when you're painting, usually with acrylics and sometimes with oils it'll happen as well, and you'll add a colour to another colour and then you'll swirl it around and they won't mix properly at first. You have to really work them in to get them to mix. That's kind of the swirl effect you're getting on some of these, this separate colour banding effect. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? £8.95 for you. That's all you're going to be paying today for 14 mil puffy coins of agate. Let's bring a pop of colour to your life, shall we? Let's give you a star by.
Oh.
It's a wonderful, delicate pink that we have in this. It's your pink amethyst. We don't have pink amethyst in that often at all, do we? So it's nice to be able to bring you it as a star by. If you're new to us, you're not sure what a star by is, basically means we're going to bring you something that perhaps you don't see that often, perhaps it's something that's an essential. Whatever it is, we're going to give you a great price on it. a spellbinding price. 70 carats worth you're getting in here, and these are your graduated faceted rice beads. Because of the way that these rice beads are drilled, if you are new to jewellery making, I strongly suggest you get your hands on this, because on a head pin, I'll show you what a head pin is, I've got one here actually. This is a head pin. If you are new and you haven't seen one before, this is a head pin. If you buy your findings pack off us, you'll get an absolute wealth of these. This is your head pin. It's basically a pin with a head on it. If you were to strand one of these beautiful gems onto here, just do a loop at the end, as Nadine showed us earlier on. Pop in that onto a shepherd's hook, do it twice, you've got a pair of earrings in moments, absolute moments. Now, rose amethyst itself is a really unusual and interesting gemstone to find. Of course, when we think of amethyst, we're thinking a lot of the very deep kind of aubergines, aren't we? But you're getting your hands on a beautiful, delicate pink tone in this today. And it's very simply, it's just caused by Mother Nature. It's caused by different temperatures. It's also caused by the level in which it grows at, and the sort of minerals that are present in the growth process, and that's what gives you these different, really delicate, beautiful, charming pink hue. I describe it as it's almost a pinky lilac. It's definitely pink, but it has almost a periwinkle pink tone to it. It is beautiful, and as you move it and as the light cascades through, you can see the hue at the outside of the gemstone is really strong, and then it goes more delicate into the middle. Radiant Orchid is the colour of this year, the Pantone colour of this year, and you're getting a sort of delicate tone of that colour throughout this whole strand. It's 70 carats worth. They're graduated from 10 by 6 all the way to 18 by 7, 18 centimetre strand. Let's take a look at your price. £10.95 for you today. That's all you're going to be paying for this. Fern Cotton was on talking about the NTAs earlier. She's going to the National TV Awards, and she was saying that she's going to be wearing some light toners like this, some pinky purples. Kirsty was watching the Screen Actors Guild the other day, and a few people were wearing this shade of purple. It's very in, it's massive. Pantone, if you know what that is, it's kind of the colours of the year they bring to us. You see it seeping into the fashion lines and onto the high street a lot, and this tone genuinely is. This is more of a subtle tone of that, but it's very much still there, definitely. £10.95 is your price on my star buy today. I'll leave that with you, because there are people on the phone. Stay where you are, we will be with you, I promise. You're answered in order. I'm going to give you a mini stamping section now. I know you've been waiting for them, so I'm going to bring them to you now. I'll explain to you exactly what we're doing. Are we doing the letters together? So do you want the large letters first, uppercase? Yeah? Yeah? We'll do the uppercase first. So these are this is your stamping alphabet that we have for you here. And this is your newsprint. These are 3mm uppercase letters. So if I can tilt it, you'll be able to see all your letters at the top there, won't you? So perhaps you've never seen these before and you think, I have no idea what to do with them. Don't worry, it does come with a little instruction manual. You'll be able to see it at the back here. But what is very simply you do with these, have you got any blanks at home, or perhaps you've got some nuts and bolts, perhaps you've got some washers, perhaps you've got some polymer clay or silver clay or any metal clay really, you can use these to personalize your designs. Very simply, that's why I brought you the hammer and block earlier. Do you remember we were hammering? But we're also, you use these hammer and block for these if you're hammering into blanks in particular. What you do is you'll put your metal block down, you'll put your piece of metal, what you want to stamp onto, down, and then if you're doing it onto a blank, as you can see this picture behind me, that's onto a blank, or perhaps if you've got a washer at home, you might have in your toolkit plenty of little washers, you can do it on that. You get it on that from the hardware store for pennies. You can actually, with a washer, go around it. There's also some large ones that you can get actually that have holes either side that are parts of washers as well. You can do into those. Very simply, you pop your washer or your blank down, you'll get your hammer and very delicately, but quite stroke it a little bit on top. Strike it right onto the top of it. Right away, when you move the letter away, you'll be able to see examples like this. Love, that's your capital letters. Mum, you can write out sayings in this. If you have any washers or any, you can get them from department stores, can't you? Just pieces of flat sheet metal, because we've not got any in at the moment, I don't think, on the website. No, we haven't. On the website we haven't got any blanks in at the moment, but you can get things like that from the department store. So get the stamps whilst we've got them, so that the blanks, when they come back in, you can get your hands on those. But it's nice to know you can have a little play with these on other things. Now it's got the whole letters. You can see at the front it's exactly what we're getting. But you've also got at the base here some symbols. So you've got a star, you've got almost a fleur-de-lis. What are you saying? It's got a what sign? Oh yes, you have. Yeah, you've got an and symbol. What's that called? I've forgotten now. Ampersand, isn't it? You've got your arrow, you've got absolutely loads of different shapes in here as well as this. So do get your hands on them, because they're one of those things that once you've got them, there's nothing that can really go wrong with them, so long as you clean them properly. If you are using them, say, in your polymer or your silver clay, of course you don't want to leave your polymer to dry onto these, because that's going to be a bit of a nightmare to get off, but so long as you clean them properly, because of the way they are, it's one of those things that there's nothing that can go wrong with them, because they're just one piece of metal. And so long as you do clean them off, you can multi-use them. Do you do card making? Because you can, essentially with these, if you have a stamp, put them on your blotter stamp ink pad, and then just write your letters out, decorate your cards, decorate your pieces of homeware, anything you want to with these. So long as you clean them off, it's absolutely fine to use. So let's take a look at your newsprint uppercase. Let's take a look at your price on these today. £39.95. It's something that's going to last you a lifetime. All the other sets we have of this at the moment have sold out. The upper and lower that we have at the moment in stock right now, that's all we have in. All that you have to own today until 9 o'clock tomorrow, this is the only amount we have. So you need to get your hands on it right this moment. £39.95 for you. Honestly, you can do really homely words. You can do letters or lines from songs. Perhaps you want to write your business name on the back of your silver clay or your polymer clay, or just a little symbol you want to put on there. You absolutely can. Let's do the lowercase, bring the lowercase to you. If you're on the phone, stay where you are, because we will be with you again. Now these again are your 3mm. Only difference is that these are your lowercase. And this is great, because on this one you have, you've got your exclamation mark, you've got your brackets, you've got a tick, you've got a question mark in this as well. These are Impress Art newspaper print stamp lowercase. BD 87. Your price on these today is just £39.95, I thought it was. So you've got your letters in here. Genuinely, get these now. £39.95 for you. These are your lowercase. We don't have any of the others in at the moment. Treat yourself to these. DB 87. Some of you at home are having a few issues with codes apparently. Everyone at home, if you're having a bit of trouble with this code or with your code of the previous one, stay where you are. Call centre is aware. They're sorting it out for us. Don't worry, you will get them. It will be sorted really, really soon. So just stay exactly where you are. If you're on the phone to call centre now, they'll be squirreling away to sort it all out. Stay where you are because we're going to sort that out, because once these are gone, they're gone. Now I've got more of these stamps, and this is your symbol stamp. This one here is your 6mm leaf tree. So this is the symbol here that you'll be working with, and it's slightly larger than the letters because of course this is 6mm, those ones are your 3mm. You can use this in soft metals, clay. You can use this in wood as well actually, which is quite interesting. Leather as well you can use it in. Loads of jewellery making materials, it's beautiful. This, it reminds me a little bit of, you know, that expensive bag that my dog's named after. It's that, like that sign, isn't it? It's like that sign. You could use this on the back of your pieces almost as your logo, couldn't you? Maybe if you wanted to use this but you wanted to make sure no one else had it, maybe you could use this and one of the other pieces that we're going to bring you and mould them in together somehow. I think it would be beautiful. Let's take a little look at your price on this one today. £6.45 for this. There's naught that can go wrong with it. There's nothing that can go wrong with this. There's no pieces to fall off. There's no bits to scratch. There's nothing to break or snap. This is something that you'll have forever, or if you're anything like me, till you lose it. £6.45. Let's bring you some more of these now. What's this? Say that no. It's, oh yes. Oh, that's so cute. Look at this little songbird. It's like a little robin. This is your songbird. Really cute little robin. You know the price on this. It's going to be £6.45 for you today. Is it the BBC who've got that big wildlife thing on at the moment, or is it RSPB? I think it is actually. And they've got the adverts on at the moment, haven't they, to write in and let them know what animals you can see in your garden. And I know that there's been a real big sort of push on bird watching at the moment. So I think adding some birds into your designs would be a really good idea. £6.45 for you today. This is a wonderful piece. This is your standard, your much loved heart shape. 6mm again, you know what the price is going to be. It's £6.45 for you today. Oh, let's do this one and then the other one, shall we? 18 or was it 17? Yeah, got a bit confused, but they're both hearts. This is your 6mm heart, and it's really almost just standard heart, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. It's a really bold tone, and if you can see on the end, and if you can, it's a really large heart. It's a full heart, and it's got the beautiful sort of bezeled away edges. It's really pretty. And if you like hearts, stay where you are, because I've got another heart for you here. This is called your whimsy heart, and this one's almost just singular outline as opposed to that which was your full. This one is your singular outline, and this is a little one. It's 3mm heart on this. Let's take a look at your price. £6.45 for you today on this pretty little heart. Add something different, why don't you? Get this one and then also get that other heart that I had previously, and maybe just drop the point of this into the cleavage of the other to create your own sign. Or perhaps even with this one, say your name's Becky, you could turn it on the side and then just imprint a little line down it, and then you've got like a heart B shape, haven't you, if you did a little line down here. Just my mind working as your own little logo. I'm going to bring one more stamp to you right now that I can just squeeze in. Where is it? Oh, it's your angled solid star shape, and this is 3mm as well, so it goes beautifully with the size of that little heart we've just had. It's your solid heart. Again, you can see it's completely filled in. It's £6.45 for you today. Get your hands on this right now to create some lovely little pieces. £6.45. That's all you have to pay today. Now, I brought you the challenge. I'll bring it over to have a little look with Nadine. We're heading over to you now, Nadine. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, I gave Nadine earlier a challenge, didn't I? With these 3 strands. I'll remind you of the strands first, and then we'll have a proper look at what Nadine's created. Now, these are a bundle. So these all came in together. 3 strands, including opal. A double strand of opal came in at £9.95. That is truly not to be missed. You had in here 30 carats of your black faceted agate in the 4mm. You had these beautiful 115 carats of your opal in the small nuggets, 80 centimetre strands that, and you have 90 carats of the beautiful lavender amethyst, which were the 6mm rounds. So you're getting 3 different gemstones, but this is a double strand, so you're getting 4 strands in total for £9.95, including your genuine opal. Let's take a little look at what Nadine has managed to create. Nadine! In the break earlier on, she showed me this necklace, and now you've gone a step further and created that one as well. How have you done this?
Which one?
This one here.
That was some chain, the big link chain
big one.
that I found just in a stash, and I wire wrapped the stones onto them each individually, so they didn't stop hanging. Because if you'd have threaded them one to the other, it would have gone quite solid.
Yeah,
so
I know what you mean. So
threaded
you've
them
still
on
got the
separately.
movement, haven't you?
Yep, they're all
Beautiful.
individually threaded. And if I'd have had more time, I'd have made a ring to go with it.
Oh, I'd like the sound of that
Just
one.
a nice big ring.
Just a
with
nice
some-
big ring. And this is the one that I saw in the break, and I just thought, wow, how elegant is this piece? As I move it, isn't that the sparkle from that agate? And this deep V shape almost of your beautiful opal.
Well, I did the white and the black bits separately to really emphasise that it is a bicoloured strand.
That's
Beautiful.
lovely, so you separated them off. I do love that. I'm wondering if you can see it, if I can lift it a little bit more. You see how this is graduated, this opal? So she's picked out the mainly white, and then you've gone for the darker tones.
Probably should have gone on a white bust actually.
Just mixes it perfectly.
No.
Just mixes perfectly. I absolutely adore that. I said to you in the break, didn't I?
Yes.
I think it looks very elegant.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece. And talk us through your earrings. Love those ones.
Oh right, I did a figure of 8 using bell making pliers.
Right, yeah.
Wrapping around the smaller loop and the larger loop and then securing them both together. And then just added on the beads as a drop on a head pin.
That's really simple, isn't it?
It's just very simple.
But really pretty at the same time. Oh,
Thank you.
I'd wear those definitely. And finally, you've got my little opal drops.
Just again graduated to show how they work, black and white, but I put black then white then black then white. And finished it off with the agate just to get some sparkle.
It's wonderful that you've been able to find enough of each colour.
Oh,
Because-
there's plenty. Look what's left.
Oh my goodness, yeah, look how much you've got left. Can I show you this above? How many we've got left? This is from one kit. Look at all of this. £9.95, 3 strands and all of this. That's how much we've got left, and you've created, one is really bejewelled with opal of all things. You've made 4 pieces and you've got all of those goodies left.
Yeah.
That is so beautiful. And do you know what? I really like how you've worked these nuggets together, because I understand that sometimes people can be a little bit wary.
Right.
But you've just gone to show that you can work them beautifully together.
Oh yes.
And they're not rough, are they?
No, they're nice to work with as well. They fit onto wire and obviously beading thread, but they fit onto the 0.6 wire quite happily as well.
Did they? That's wonderful.
No, 0.8. I think I put them
Really?
on. I think I did.
That's brilliant. Well, then you definitely need to get your hands
Check
on
that.
this. This is your plain lavender amethyst. I haven't done a describe.
0.6 is better, but yeah, they do some fit onto the 0.8.
I haven't done a describe in 3 words today, so I've let myself down here. Nadine, describe this strand for me.
What, the amethyst?
Yep.
Feminine, as I
Yep.
said before. Light and fresh.
I completely agree with that. Fresh. It is really spring-filled, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely. So you've got that feminine, light and fresh strand. You've also got your double strand of opal. How would you describe this one? It's quite bold.
Yes, it's bold.
Monochrome.
Do you know the word that comes to mind is quirky?
Yes, quirky.
Because there's so many shapes and they fit together beautifully and they make a very sort of organic design, and yet they look as if they're made to sit together.
You're right. You're completely right. And then you have this black
I
agate.
love sparkly black.
I know. Really seductive jet black tone, really sparkly.
Perfect with the opal as well, which is why I included it in the earrings and in the strand, because they set each other off really well.
They do work perfectly.
They do.
I can't believe that we are able to offer to you double strands, 80 centimetre strand of opal with stunning amethyst, beautiful sparkly agate. All of that together, £9.95. Not £9.95 each, together. What a wonderful price that is. Nadine, thank you so much for your help today and showing us your beautiful designs. If people want to have a little look at your other designs, where can they have a little look at those?
At the moment, I've got a Facebook page, which is Borealis Designs, plural.
Like Aurora Borealis. Yeah.
Designs with an S on the end. And I am building a website.
Ooh.
And I think I will be setting up a guest designer page on
Brilliant.
Facebook, but I need to look into that.
Fab. So keep your eyes peeled for the wonderful Nadine. Thank you so much for showing us all of your goodies today. Now, I am joined tomorrow by Gemma Crow, the wonderful Gemma Crow. Be careful what you say here, Becky. The wonderful Gemma Crow will be joining us tomorrow, and you know how great her designs are. You know already. I've also got some genuine gemstones that I, for one, haven't seen in a long time. So do join us for that. Next up is Ali with Miss It, Miss Out. Myself and Nadine will see you very, very soon. Bye.